welcome to this licensing hearing. The first item on the agenda is to elect a chair, and I understand that members would like Councillor Mason to chair the meeting. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, members. I'll now hand over to the chair.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Fiona. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this virtual licensing hearing. Slightly different to a normal hearing that will be considering two applications in one, both for a related business and properties that are adjacent to each other and interconnecting. So we'll be doing that, which means we'll slightly alter how we allocate timings. But I'll get onto that as we get to each section. I'll kind of clarify how we're going to do the timings. Just to confirm a few bits that might come up during the hearing that any members of the public watching might kind of not grasp without being filled in. We've been sent a video tour of the property and with some notes on the video that kind of explain different areas of it. For technical reasons, we can't show that during the hearing, but what will happen is we'll publish that link, so any members of the public that listen to the hearing and are keen to see the video can access that afterwards, and all parties have watched it who are taking part physically in this hearing today. And the other part is just to say that we've had some conditions submitted by the police, which again are the police's recommended conditions. Obviously the police will get onto that as part of their case, but again, just for any members of the public that don't follow, the police have submitted some conditions to us ahead of the meeting, which they would like to see potentially applied on a license. Right, so the first item of business is to go through any declarations of interest. So there's none from me. Members, any declarations?
No.
Brilliant. And then item 4 is exclusion of the press and public. So normally what happens at a licensing hearing is when we get to the point when we've heard all the evidence and we've got everything and we're ready to make our decision, we would then exclude the press and public while we make that decision in private, just with our legal advisor and democracy officer. So members, are you happy to resolve that we go into private session?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Right, I'll now pass over to the licensing officer who will introduce both applications for us.
No declarations of interest, Ashburn.
Brilliant, thanks, John.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I hope you can all hear me okay. Obviously, we've got two applications, so I do have two quite separate introductions. So forgive me, I will be quite some time, but I think it's correct that we get all the timings correct. So I will start with the application that is before us today for 3 St Helens Square. And this is an application made by Tokyo Industries Yorkshire Limited. The application, is for a restaurant, bar, cocktail club and speakeasy situated in the old Terry's Carluccio's building on St Helens Square. The application seeks to license the basement, ground floor with an external pavement cafe area to the front, first and second floors and an additional external roof terrace. So the application originally sought to license the premises for the following hours, and that was from 8 AM to 3 AM for the sale of alcohol and licensable entertainment, late night refreshment from 11 PM to 3 AM and opening hours of 8 AM to 3:30. Following receipt of representations from the responsible authorities, the applicant made several changes to the original hours and licensable activities sought. They also sought to reduce the licensable area and made other changes. Therefore, in an effort to provide clarity for everybody at the hearing, the applicant offered to provide a set of updated application forms to clearly set out the application before you today. So these are produced in your pack at page 99, and the updated plans are at page 119. Furthermore, in an effort to set out these changes, I drafted a second report, and that second report appears at page 89. So the application now seeks the following. So films from 8 AM to 1 AM, Sunday to Friday, 8 AM to 3 AM, Saturdays. Live music, 8 AM to 11 PM, Monday to Thursday, 8 AM to 1 AM, Fridays, 8 AM to 2 AM, Saturdays, and 8 AM to 1 AM, Sundays. Recorded music, 8 AM to 1 AM, Sunday to Friday, 8 AM to 3 AM, Saturdays. Performance of dance, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday to Friday, and 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Saturdays. Late night refreshment, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday to Friday, and 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Saturdays. Sale of alcohol both on and off the premises, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday to Friday, and 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Saturdays. And the opening hours would be 8 a.m. to 1:30 Sunday to Friday, and 8 a.m. to 3:30 Saturdays. So this site already has the benefit of a premises license, and that was granted to the company Carluccio's in July 2016. The applicant has stated that that license will be surrendered upon the grant of this new application. A copy of that current license can be found in the pack at Annex 2. So that's page 45. The applicant has determined to apply for a new grant rather than to vary the existing license due to the substantial changes to the operating hours and proposed changes to the plans. As part of the application, the operating schedule submitted by the applicant shows that the licensing objectives will be met in an operating schedule which appears at Annex 4. The premises is located within the red zone of the CIA, the Cumulative Impact Assessment Area, and that was approved by full council on the 21st of March 2019. That assessment is in the packet Annex 5, and Section 9 of the Statement of Licensing Policy, which deals with the cumulative impact, can be found at Annex 6. Consultation for this application was carried out correctly. So representations were received from North Yorkshire Police, the Council's Public Protection Team and the Licensing Authority on the objectives of the prevention of public nuisance, prevention of crime and disorder, and the protection of children from harm. And their representations are at Annex 7, 8 and 9. A map showing the general area is at Annex 12. Additional information has been submitted by the applicant's agent, and this has been sent to all parties in advance of the hearing. And this includes a noise management plan at page 125 and a document which is headed licensing applications at page 135. There is also some additional information provided by the Public Protection Officer at page 147. So the committee has the following options today when making your decision. Option 1 is to grant the licence in the terms applied for. Option 2, grant the licence with modified additional conditions imposed by the committee. Option 3 is grant the licence to exclude any of the licensable activities to which the application relates and modify or add conditions accordingly. And option 4 is to reject the application. So as I say, that was the application for number 3. So I will now go through the application for number 5. Did you want me to pause at this point or go straight through, Chair?
Maybe let's just see if there's any questions from any members first. Any members got any questions, John Ann? And any other parties have any questions of the licensing officer on that particular application? Brilliant.
Chair, may I?
Yeah, of course.
Please. Helen, the activities and the timings that you outlined are slightly different to those summarised by the applicant.
Okay.
In the document that the Word document that they summarised their application that they sent through a few days ago, but maybe that's a matter for clarification by the applicant. I think some of the timings were slightly different. And I'm not clear which of all activities, licensable activities, they are still applying for, but maybe that would be a question for clarification by the applicant when it comes to their. I don't know if you have any observations on the difference between your understanding and the document set out.
Yeah, I've taken, in my introduction, I've taken the timings from the amended application form. So if there is a mistake or any disparity, I'm sure Mr. Worm may have picked up on it. Whether it's appropriate to ask him now or
which way around were they, Sandra? Was it that it was longer than the times or shorter than the times that Helen had stated?
I think that the summary in the applicant's summary document is less extensive than what Helen proposed. Okay. So I'm not sure whether the applicant has further amended their application, but that's something I suspect that Mr. Were will clarify in due course.
Yeah, if that's okay.
Would it help me to do that now, or would you like me to be part of our presentation?
Do you want to do it now? Why not?
Sure. I think we were fortunate enough to have a further meeting with the responsible authorities who've been exceptionally grateful of their time in this. And the case summary document were, I wanted to thank Helen for all of the work that she's done. We certainly haven't made this easy for her or you, and I apologise for that in advance. So I tried to pull everything together in the case summary document so that you've got everything in one place. And I think those hours have, as your legal advisor just quite rightly asked, just been pared back slightly more. So it's the case summary hours that I would ask you to have consideration. I'm hoping that by having that document, you won't have to keep flicking around between so much of the other stuff that we have. I just realised I didn't have my camera on. Apologies.
It's fine. It's fine. Brilliant. And the only question I had, Helen, if there's no other questions, was just around the current licence for the Carluccio's licence. If there's any conditions around that, just to confirm anything around kind of food and drink and being associated with each other.
There are, yes. Let me just get the licence in front of me. So the licence that was granted to Carluccio's was purely for alcohol and late night refreshment. So there were no conditions regarding sort of entertainment, and there were So the condition 2 on the licence was the premises shall trade predominantly as a restaurant with substantial food, non-intoxicating drinks available at all times. Off sales were limited to the delicatessen. I don't know if you remember, they had like a shop at the front of the of Carluccio's. There was conditions on waiter and waitress service. So it was. There's not a lot of conditions, but it was predominantly based around it being a restaurant type of premises.
Brilliant. Right. Do you want to present the second application?
Okay.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt again, but I
That's fine.
understand that Sergeant Booth has dropped out of the meeting due to technical problems. So I don't know whether it's appropriate to pause to see if she can rejoin.
Is Sergeant Booth just a witness?
I think PC Kim Hollis may explain, but I understand that she's presenting the police case.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I
Is
thought
that
she was
correct,
just a
PC
witness.
Hollis?
She is my witness, Chair, as I submitted the representation. However, we're both submitting the information today, so
Okay.
it would be helpful for her to rejoin, but she's trying at the moment.
Okay, well, let's just give her a few moments then.
Chair, could I just ask?
Yeah, of course.
Are the amended timings as advised by Mr. Were? Are they at paragraph 3 of the document submitted by Mr. Were and the applicant, headed on behalf of the applicant?
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. We'll just hang on a few more minutes for Sergeant Booth.
Chair, I'm not sure whether PC Hollis is able to contact Sergeant Booth and find out what the situation is and how long the delay is likely to be.
Are you able to do that, PC Hollis?
I am. She's actually sat opposite me in the same room. So worst case scenario, she'll perhaps in a socially distanced manner, we'll have to just do it on the one screen. But I think she's just rebooting at the moment, so we'll just give her a moment and she may be able to rejoin.
But can she hear the proceedings from?
She can't at the moment, but
she can't hear.
I can put the volume on my computer and turn it up so she can hear.
That might be a solution as long as she can hear the proceedings. She doesn't necessarily have to be seen, does she?
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Would you be comfortable being able to follow that still, PC Hollis, if you put the speaker on?
Yeah, I'm sure I will, Chair. I'll keep up.
Brilliant stuff. Right, Helen, do you want to go with number 2, please? Or B?
Thank you. So the second application is for the grant of a premises licence, again made by Tokyo Industries Yorkshire Limited, and this is at 5 St Helens Square. So the nature of this application is a boutique hotel with a ground floor restaurant, bar and pavement terrace in what was the old March Bray TSB building on St Helens Square. The application seeks to license the basement, ground floor with external pavement cafe to the front and side of the premises, first and second floors, and an additional external roof terrace. So again, the application originally sought hours of 8 a.m. till 3 a.m. Monday to Sunday for all licensable activities, late night refreshment 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. and opening hours were 6 a.m. to 3:30. Again, the applicant was in receipt of representations from the responsible authorities, so sought to change the original hours and licensable activities sought. In an effort to provide further clarity, the applicant offered another set of updated application forms. So these are produced in the pack at page 235, and the updated plans are at page 255. In an effort to set out the changes, I updated a second report, and that was at page 227. I must apologise. In my effort to try and get this done quickly, I did make a mistake. So Fiona kindly produced a supplement to the agenda where the timings were corrected. So I do apologise to that. So the application now seeks, and these are taken from the updated application form. So recorded music, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. on Saturdays. Performance of dance, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Saturdays. Late night refreshment, 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Sale of alcohol, and that's on and off the premises, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday to Friday, and 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Saturdays. And sale of alcohol would be available 24 hours for hotel guests. Opening hours 6 a.m. to 1:30 Sunday to Friday, and 6 a.m. to 3:30 Saturdays, and opening hours would be unrestricted for hotel guests. Residents, I should say. So as part of the application, the operating schedule submitted by the applicant shows that the licensing objectives would be met by an operating schedule which is at Annex 3. This premises is located in the red zone of the cumulative impact area. That was approved by full council on the 21st of March 2019. And that assessment is in the packet Annex 4. Section 9 of the Statement of Licensing Policy dealing with this cumulative impact is at Annex 5. Consultation for this application was carried out correctly. Representations were received from North Yorkshire Police, the Council's Public Protection Team and the Licensing Authority on the objectives of the prevention of public nuisance, prevention of crime and disorder, and protection of children from harm. And their representations are at 6, 7 and 8, Annex 6, 7 and 8. A map showing the general area is at Annex 11. And again, the applicant's agent has kindly submitted some further information for you, and that includes the noise management plan, a document headed licensing applications, and there has also been additional information provided by the Public Protection Officer. So the committee has the following options today. Option 1, grant the licence in the terms applied for. Grant the licence with modified additional conditions imposed by the licensing committee. Grant the licence to exclude any of the licensable activities to which the application relates and modify or add conditions accordingly. And finally, reject the application. And that, Chair, is the end of that report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Galvin, any questions? Councillor Hook? Brilliant. No questions from me. Any questions from any of the other parties? Brilliant. How are we, PC Hollis, with Sergeant Booth?
She can hear us, Chair, on her computer now, but she just hasn't got any visual. So she's still working on it at the moment, but she can hear us fine.
Fantastic. Right, so we'll go on now in a moment to the application or the applicant and his lawyer presenting their case. I suppose at this point it's probably worth just going through who is in the room, because obviously it's quite a number of parties. So I'm obviously the chair, Councillor Mason. I've got Councillor Hook, Councillor Galvin with me. We've got Fiona, who's our democracy officer, and you've seen Sandra, who's our legal advisor. PC Hollis and Sergeant Booth are obviously representing the police. Leslie Cook's representing the licensing authority. Michael Golightly is representing public protection. We've got Mr. Mellor, who's the applicant, and his solicitor, Mr. Ware. And obviously we've got our technical people in the background as well. So hopefully that's a flavour of everyone that's here. In terms of your application, Mr. Miller, and the time that we'll give you for you or your solicitor to present it, if we can look around 40 minutes, if you need slightly longer, but by all means, just ask and take it. And obviously we'll offer the same courtesy to the other people making their representations of a kind of double amount of time. Obviously we can't watch the video you'd sent us in advance, but I think we'd probably appreciate quite a detailed talk through of those plans that you have submitted, the paper plans. And again, it might be that we can get our technical people to put them onto the screen while we talk through each one, just to help us really understand the different sections of the business and the different areas of the business, and your different ideas for the business and how it will work kind of in link with next door, or with each building being next door to each other, and yeah, how it all kind of fits together, I suppose, really, and obviously then it changes how you will operate in different areas. So I presume I'm passing over to you, Mr. Ware, to start us off.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much. Just to give you a heads up, I think that's really helpful, Councillor, for you setting that out. I'm just going to do a very brief opening, and then I'm going to hand over to Aaron to talk you round the plans as you've asked for, and then I'll come back and deal with the boring but necessary bits. I've tried to pull everything together in this case summary, which I hope will stop you from having to flick around lots of different documents while the hearing is going on. You can refer to those when you retire to make your decision. And I just really wanted to start the proceedings by offering a huge thank you to everybody who's worked to get these complicated applications before you as a subcommittee today. I think certainly Kim, Jackie, Leslie and Michael have been very helpful in coming down to understand the building. I've done site visits down there with them now. I wasn't involved right from the beginning, but it's been really useful. They obviously are aware that this matter needs to be determined by a licensing subcommittee, with it being critical buildings in the heart of the red zone, but they've been very helpful in coming down and looking at what we've been trying to put together for you. And I just have to apologise profusely to Helen. I think I've made her job as hard as possible by the fact that we've kept changing these applications. I'm disappointed that I wasn't involved right from the beginning. We might have been in an easier position, but I think we've finessed this down now to the plans showing what we do need licensing, what we want to ask for from you in relation to the regulated entertainment and the hours that we have asked for. So I'm going to just very, very briefly touch on the initial part of my case outline. The company, as you can see from some of the documents that we've put in the PowerPoint presentation, is one of real substance. But this is a huge application for them, and it's a huge development. It's the largest development that this company's ever been involved in. It's a £3.5 million development of two iconic buildings. And as you can see from the case outline, this will, if it's granted and operable, create 120 jobs in the centre of York. So at the current moment in time, where we are coming out of the pandemic, it's a massive vindication of Mr. Mellor's belief that this would be a huge benefit to York and would be a success and would promote the licensing objectives. Critically, I think all of us that are here are singing from the same hymn sheet. We all want to do the best for York. And in those circumstances, I don't know whether somebody's just dropped off, but I think Sergeant Booth's coming back in. But that's basically how we would ask you to start to look at this. So Aaron's going to talk you through the plans in a moment, which will deal with application A to start off with. And paragraphs 1.7 to 1.9 of my document just gives a brief overview, but he's going to talk you through the plans. I'm going to ask you to assess the applications when you look at this and the further documents really against the two critical licensing objectives of crime and disorder and public nuisance. In relation to crime and disorder, we're a little bit different to what the police have suggested as being conditions that might be appropriate should you grant a license. I appreciate they're not saying with these conditions grant the license, because that's a matter for you with it being in the cumulative impact policy area, but I'm going to talk through those conditions after Aaron's done his walk round. And then really the public nuisance element, I hope you'll find, is dealt with by the noise consultant's report, which is attached to the premises. And I think importantly, for an investment of this scale, the nearest residential property to the impossible license A is our own premises. The only way this works is if the hotel, as a high-end hotel, creates business, creates an environment where people enjoy it and aren't subject to any public nuisance elements. So I would ask you to look at the noise report when you retire to really give due consideration to this application. So if we could actually pull up the plans for on the shared screen for the license A application, and if we could start with the ground floor, which I think is shown at page 122 of your bundle today, that would be a very helpful starting point.
Fantastic. Here we go.
You got the screen, the plans on screen now, Chair?
Yeah, we can see them. Thank you.
Okay.
So I think that's,
we're in the top floor, aren't we there, Paddy?
we are. If we could start with the
Start at the bottom.
perfect. Yep. So, oh no.
Work our way up. No, one more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's fine. We can start at the bottom, because I think
Yeah.
the suggestion that the basement was seeking to be licensed as well, it isn't. Those are just toilet facilities and back of house in the basement. They are perhaps the best toilet facilities I've ever seen in licensed premises. They still maintain the terrace grandeur, which is fantastic, but we're not seeking to license that. So if we can move up a floor, that would be brilliant. And technology never ceases to amaze me. And Aaron, if we could walk those that are on the committee through the front door, which you can see, there's an outside tables and chairs area, which we will obviously be seeking a permission from the council. But if you can walk people through into the premises, and we can look to the left at the front of the premises to start off with, and then up the steps into the restaurant area. If you can talk the committee about that would be brilliant, please.
So walking into the front area, this building is quite significant for York's history. It was originally occupied by Tyrrell's of York, the chocolate orange manufacturer, and Tyrrell's Allgold, in the kind of times when York was the kind of chocolate capital of Europe, really, when you had the two fighting families of Tyrrell's and Rowntree's. So the original chocolate factory was built here in 1818. And the building we now see was renovated in 1922 when the chocolate factory moved out of town. And this building was designed as a chocolatiers in the front part, a restaurant on the ground floor, and a ballroom on the first floor. Essentially, we're looking to kind of recreate that nostalgia and play up a lot of the fights of Tyrrell's in York. So as we move into the front area, there's a delicatessens and a chocolatiers in the front part, which we intend to keep as a chocolatiers and almost give a history of kind of the Tyrrell's of York kind of moment. A lot of our kind of drinks and cocktails throughout the premises are based around Tyrrell's of York. So really playing up on that nostalgia to create a one-off independent local product. This front area will trade from morning all the way through. So essentially it'll start at 8 a.m. in the morning, serving kind of breakfast rolls and pastries, and then moving later into the day doing coffees, hot chocolates, and a chocolatier. If you then go up the steps, you'll see.
Could I just butt in, please?
Yeah, go on, John.
Would it be possible to put an arrow by somebody as to where the various bits are that are being spoken about, please? Whilst the plan is extremely helpful, not quite sure. I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm not sure. If it's possible to indicate, that'd be lovely. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I was just going to say what I thought was a bar in that first room as you come in. So you're saying that's going to be a kind of delicatessen style counter?
Yeah, so during the day, it's a delicatessen and coffee shop, essentially. As it gets later into the night, that will turn into a bar serving alcohol when permitted hours allow, and that will also service the pavement area to the front.
Okay. What time do you expect that to change over? Is it going to be a set time every day, or?
The idea is to create an all day, all night experience, really. So from 8 a.m. in the morning all the way through to 1 a.m. during the week and 3 a.m. at weekends.
So, but what time, sorry, do you expect the delicatessen counter not to be a delicatessen counter and to be serving alcohol?
There's no kind of fixed time to that. So it's flexible. So it kind of changes as we move through the day. And then as we get later into the night, more alcohol and less coffees, less pastries.
Okay.
But the menu in that area also changes throughout the day. So you have a breakfast menu, which will be kind of croissants and pastries, that then turns to a more kind of sweet menu in the afternoon, which is kind of chocolates and gift packs that we can sell as a retail shop as well, all playing up on the kind of Terry's legacy of the chocolatiers.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not actually controlling the mouse, so I'm have to try and guide Helen through moving the cursor as I speak. But you'll see some steps in the middle of that chocolatiers that then take you up into the restaurant area. And this will be a full dining restaurant. There's a bar, a central island bar to the center. The idea of this is to occupy space within the room. Because it's a listed building, there's limited fire escape potential. So to fill this building to the limits of its fire occupancy, it would still feel fairly empty. So we've designed it so it's licensed, so it feels busy with less numbers to tie in with the fire strategy. And this bar has got an amazing chandelier above it that's bespoke and custom made, which again plays up on the unique character of this building. It's got fantastic paneling, which you've seen from the video. All this wooden paneling within this building was actually manufactured by the same joinery team who built the Titanic, and this amazing Venetian dome above the steps. To the rear of this ground floor area, where you see it becomes delicensed, we have an open galley kitchen. So just a bit to the back to the left, Helen, where the red line finishes. So this is an open galley kitchen. And then moving towards the middle of the premises, that's the full service kitchen. To the rear of the premises, we've almost got a separate application within this application. Now, this is a rear speakeasy. This is accessed as a separate business. So you'll see there's no direct link between the two licensed premises that are shown as red. If you look down the alleyway to the side, to the front of this alleyway, this is just a bit of a back of house bin store, quite a messy area at the moment. So the intention is to tidy this area up significantly and create this kind of walkthrough into this kind of rear speakeasy, which has kind of got an inside-outside space with a glass atrium above it. And this is in the old bank vaults of what used to be the TSB building next door. These buildings have had a period of linking and unlinking over the years. So this is quite an interesting building that's a bank vault at this level. So you can literally sit in here. It'll be a cocktail-driven bar. It's based on a project I've seen called Death & Co. in New York, which is where speakeasies really started at the outset of Prohibition in the 20s and 30s. Alcohol wasn't allowed, so people made their own alcohol. The alcohol tasted so bad that they had to kind of take away that horrible taste by adding fruits and cocktails, and that's where cocktails started. So this is a seated cocktail experience, very dark, very candlelit in this old 1820s bank vault. Then moving up onto the first floor. So you come up this really grand sweeping staircase, which has got this Titanic glazed Venetian dome above it. Again, the space of this, the occupational area of this room is limited by virtue of it's only got 2 fire escapes. So the maximum we are allowed to have occupation in this room is 120 people under fire regs. You can't add additional fire exits on this floor because of its listed nature. So we've tried to design a system here which takes where the fixed furniture occupies a lot of the room. So you've got this magnificent sweeping granite and chandelier bar, which is a horseshoe bar against the wall. In front of that, you've got a fixed seating booth. This is designed to kind of disrupt the dance floor. So you have a limited dance floor in front of that with a circular stage to the windows in front. The intention for this is to be a kind of jazz club, supper club, where it is about cocktails, but it's very much about weighted service cocktails. It's designed for the older age group, the kind of 30+ market. And it's designed to be a nice, refined operation as a cocktail bar and supper club. You've then got some new toilet accommodation on this floor, which allows this floor to access toilets directly from this floor rather than having to go down into the basement. You've then got a small gantry, which is the walkway which connects the front building into the rear building. You've then got further back of house and kitchens areas. These areas are not licensed. And then to the very rear of the plant, you've got the second floor of this triplex speakeasy. This is in the old bank dining catering facility. If we move up onto the next floor.
Sorry, Mr. Miller, I ran out of ink on my fountain pen.
Okay.
I'm listening.
You come up this really grand staircase, and then you go up into what is actually currently licensed already, which is the old Terry's boardroom. This has got a real kind of Hogwarts feel to it. It's probably the best definition. It's got an amazing fireplace and amazing wood paneling, incredible leaded windows that overlook St Helens Square. The idea really is not to touch this room at all, because it's incredible. It's got an amazing oak parquet floor. And you can imagine some of the deals that Joseph Tirry and his family were kind of crafting here as they were exporting chocolate around the world. So the idea is to keep this room largely as is. There is a kind of a furniture piece of bar. The idea for this room is what we call a PDR, a private dining room. So a room you can kind of rent for your own function, for corporate functions during the week, maybe for weddings, and have this as your own kind of private party room. The reason why this room has already been licensed on the Carluccio plans, but was never used because there was not a substantial fire escape from these premises. The fire escape at this level is in through a room and another room, which in history would have been allowed, but for modern fire regulations, is not allowed now. So to get around this, we've created a new architectural steel staircase. So as we move through the 3 licensed rooms, Helen, we then go out of the back onto the blue license zone. This is then a new XXX fire escape that takes you down into the alleyway to the side of Carluccio's, which also gives you entrance into this area. If you're having it as a private function, you don't need to go through the restaurant. You can come up this staircase and go through it. There's 43 steps, so this room will be called the 43 steps. That then takes you up into this room at the front. You come through this amazing kind of archway with a gas lamp on the end of it, St Helens Square. The idea is to renovate that gas lamp to have this flickering gas lamp that will be the indicator of how you access that. This bridge kind of gantry then links you across to the lower roof terrace, which is to the back of the building. And this is the top floor of the XXX speakeasy to the rear of the building. So essentially a separate building within a building. This building's been underused for years. It's, since the TSB moved out in the late 80s, I don't think this area's been used. It's in a bit of a bad state of repair at the moment, but it's got some amazing architectural features. And then taking us up one more floor to the upper roof terrace. The new staircase we are putting in takes you from this flying gantry up onto a roof terrace. The roof terrace, in terms of safety, the roof terrace is protected on all sides by our own roofs that surround it. But the views overlooking this roof are incredible. It's a real kind of Mary Poppins kind of Dickensian chimney pot view over the city of York. You can kind of read the history of York in a 360-degree panoramic. And then, of course, as you look out to the bottom of the plan, you see the Minster in all its glory. At a vantage point, you don't get to view from any other part of town. Again, capacity up here is limited. You're limited by single means of escape by the fire escape, which limits the capacity under fire regulations out to 60 people up here. We've designed seating. It will be a fully seated service area on this level. And that concludes the plan set for the first application, which is the former Carluccio's and the Tourist Chocolate Factory.
Thank you. Mr. Were, what was your plan in terms of talking through? Did you want to go through each plan now and then present each application, or do you want to do them both individually?
Yeah, I think it would be useful for you to see the plans of the hotel next, because you can see how there is a massive interaction between the 2 buildings, and then I'll move on to the other aspects, as long as you're happy with that.
Yeah, that seems really sensible. Thank you. Helen, so if you can pull up those, that'd be great.
We'll move down to page 194.
Starting in the basement here, because we do have some rooms.
Yeah. So in the basement, this was built as the original Yorkshire Trustees Savings Bank, which then became the Trustees Savings Bank TSB as we know it. So built in 1820.
Can you just indicate where Blake Street is, please?
So Blake Street is across the bottom of the plan. So if we go up onto the next floor, Helen, that's probably a little bit easier to understand.
It looks like the rooms almost go into the road, do they?
They do, yeah. They are subterranean. These were old bank vaults. And if we could flip back to the bit, so you see Blake Street running across the bottom, and as you sweep around the corner. So
does that make sense, John?
So Carluccio's is in the white area that you don't see.
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
So on the basement plan, you're now underneath Blake Street and St Helens Square. So the rooms that come through, you know, the old dungeons, if you like, but these would have been the old Victorian bank vaults. So you've got some mass structure here, and then you've also got kind of cash drops from the outside, which drop you in from the old night safe into a couple of the bank vaults. Now, the hotel is almost of two very different, distinct characters. You've got the upper floors, which are ridiculously super opulent, and then you've kind of got the downstairs, which are exactly the opposite, which for all intents and purposes, looks like you're sleeping in a bank vault. If this building isn't haunted, when we're telling people it is, and we're playing up on that kind of experiential sleeping in a bank vault, there are no windows. It's a bank vault. There is ventilation, but it's just an incredible piece of history. And I think York, you know, there's visitors to York who will enjoy and pay money to stay in a bank vault. It is our hope and aim here. So the rooms are quirky. You've got a circular bed, you've got mini bars, you've got beds that are kind of elevated off the floor, and then you've got showers and toilets in the old kind of unmasses and the dungeons underneath on the floor. So it's quite an interesting property. It's an acquired taste, but I think there's people in the market for that. If we move up to the first floor, this would have been originally the so we could just move the screen up a tiny little bit. Thank you. So this would have been originally the main banking hall.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
look, flicking
The
between
main entrance to the bank you see is on the corner. The intention here is to trade that corner entrance during the day, but then on a night time, the entrance that you see, the two doors that appear to go nowhere, actually interlink into the impossible. Sorry, to the top there. Yes, those doors actually interlink into the impossible front door side. So essentially, you've got one secure means of entry on a night time. That allows us to control security and focus any kind of ID checking. So you're only dealing with one door. You can't be, you know, rejecting a person at one door, then he comes to another door next door. That's not how this will work. So on a nighttime basis, the corner door will close, and this will essentially become the front door, which will be part of will share the same front entrance as impossible. The restaurant food here is slightly different. In the impossible side, it's a pretty much a real kind of dining experience. How do I word this one? In this side, it's more of an Instagram dining experience. So it's food that looks incredible and a little bit Willy Wonka, but it's kind of, you know, it looks incredible on Instagram, and it's very much that kind of Instagram kind of food sensation that we're kind of sweeping. It's got this incredible bar that runs the full length. And this is designed to be cocktails, coffees, and essentially be the hotel dining facility, as well as public access during the day. To the right of the plan, we have a separate, so a little bit further over, we have a separate entrance. This will be the 24-hour hotel entrance. Blake Street is closed during the day, so this will have a traditional bellboy who will come and meet you at the turning circle up towards the Minster, and then bring your baggage down on a tuk-tuk, and he'll then kind of load your baggage into the room or collect you from the station. There's then a staircase up to the first floor reception, and a lift servicing all floors. If we then move up another floor, these are then the old banking offices. And these are incredible in terms of the grand scope. To the right of the plan, you have single-story rooms. To the left of the plan, you have double-story plus rooms. The idea of these rooms is that they are ridiculously over-the-top opulent. It's based on a concept I've seen called Crazy Bear, or the Paramount in New York, or the Calls in Lanes. These will be the most opulent and most expensive bedrooms in York. There's 18 in total, 5 of those being in the basement, the rest being on this level. So this level to the side, as you come up the staircase, you go to a reception area, which will have a 24-hour bar for residents, a lift, of course, and the bedrooms come off that. As you move towards the left of the building, you move to the duplex rooms, which are the big suites. Essentially, this is an all-suite hotel at these upper levels. Each of the 3 rooms to the left-hand side of the plan are or duplex rooms. So they have a double height space with this amazing cornicing on the roof, which hopefully you get a view from the video. Each has a mezzanine balcony that oversails the corridor, with a library and kind of reading room above it. These libraries will be stocked with, you know, curiosity books, kind of tales of York of old, tales of old English Britain, and also modern design books. They've all kind of got big kind of rolled copper baths that are kind of open in the room. So these are kind of really opulent rooms. If we then go up onto the second floor.
Just to confirm, there's no way to get from the bar, residence bar on that floor through to the main bars or venue next door?
There isn't, no. There is a fire escape route, which is needed, but that's controlled by a secure maglock. The alarm will go off. You see that in the second room, opposite the second room, you'll see a doorway through. That's only for fire escape reasons. That will be fully controlled by means of a maglock. If the fire alarm goes off, that maglock breaks and allows people to go either way, depending on which room the fire is in.
Yeah, thank you.
This is then the second floor. So the single story rooms to the right hand side and the duplex story rooms. So these are to the left hand side. This will be the kind of the library and kind of study area of the bigger suite rooms. And then, which is why you're seeing the void and the balconies. So this is one connected room to the room below it. To the right of the plan, these are standalone rooms. And there's a master suite to the back of the plan, which was actually the old toilets for the bank offices, which have been modernised over the years and are not particularly attractive. So we've agreed with listed building consent to remove those and remove an element of the new wall up here, which then links into a glazed rooftop atrium that links onto a very small rooftop that is only for that one bedroom. This has a hot tub on it and is kind of at a lower level to the rooftops on the other level. So it's surrounded by by fencing and the other rooftops around it. And that really concludes our walkthrough of the plans. I do appreciate these, or it's a beast of a project, and these are quite confusing plans. And having the two applications was necessary, really, because we're trying to link a hotel with a bar. The idea is that to deliver a fully blended experience.
No, I think that was really, really useful, and I'm sure the other members found it beneficial. Councillor Galvin or Hook, have you got any questions about the plans?
Just one question. If my memory serves me correct, of the plans that we've seen, there is only one access from the hotel side into the other side. In other words, the only link is at the ground floor. That, I think it's that entrance there that's right. That's the only entrance from the hotel, which I think we're calling, I can't remember whether we call it, from B to A. That's the only entrance.
That's right. And that doorway, it's a bit unclear on this plan, but if we flick back to page 124, I think that shows you the full building footprint. So down again and down again. Right, so you see that doorway projecting here. So it doesn't actually link directly to the licensed areas. It links you into what would have been the, when this was a chocolate factory, would have been the van drop. So the actual retail shop of Terry's of old would have been, the entrance would have come into an alleyway, then through a door to the left and a door to the right. So this has now been glazed in the past. So you can see the entrance from the street wouldn't have been the entrance from the street in history. So that you've got this kind of interlinked corridor. And the idea is for this is that the doorway, the corner door from the restaurant is used during the day, but on a night time when we need security to control entrance and egress, we just use the one entrance for both restaurants.
So members of the public won't actually have access to the hotel as such.
Correct.
If they want to enter, they'll have to go in off St Helens Square. The only people that can access the left-hand side, as it were, are people who are resident in the hotel after that front door closes.
Yes.
Is that front door off Blake Street, the old bank entrance, during the day, is that going to be recognised as a way through to the restaurant on the left-hand side?
Yes, so the corner door will be used until essentially security starts around the 9 or 10 o'clock mark.
That's fine. Thank you.
That will be used during the day as so you'll be able to walk in and have a coffee and have drinks and have food from that corner. But on a night time when we need to control entry and we need to control capacities, we just need one door. Trying to control a building like this with multiple entrances is honestly just so difficult.
Thank you. I do understand now. Thank you very much.
Just something that came off John's question there was about the let's call it the bellboy entrance. Obviously, it looks like there's a door there that links from that kind of bellboy entrance corridor, you might call it, to the kind of back of the restaurant and bar in the hotel side. I suppose what would be the kind of system to stop somebody just kind of wandering through there? Will that door always be manned by a bellboy or a receptionist in that area?
Yeah. So during normal hours, so hours that guests are arriving, and because we've got a rough idea what time guests are arriving when the hotel's full. So during the day up to kind of 9, 10 o'clock, there will be a bellboy on that all times. After that, that door is locked in the same way that a regular hotel would lock its front door, and guests have a magnetic card that kind of gets you in the same way that you would in a Malmaison front entrance or a Hotel de Vin. At a certain time, the front door gets locked just to stop randoms walking in. So it would be manned if it was opened. If it's not manned, the door will be locked, and only guests will be able to have essentially a card key to that door.
Yeah, I presume that works in reverse, that people won't be able to move through from the restaurant through that back door into the bellboy corridor.
That's correct. So you'll see an interlinked corridor just where to the right of the bar. You'll see kind of a plant there. This is actually a concealed secret entrance. So we're trying to build in a lot of novelties into the hotel idea. So you've got the toilet accommodation to the right, which is for the restaurant. If you push the secret panel on the door, it goes into the toilets. You walk through a big oversized picture frame, essentially. And then to the left, only hotel guests will know that if you swipe your card on the lock, that door will open and allow you to go into the corridor that links you back up to the hotel. But that's only for hotel guests with a card.
Brilliant. Thank you. Councillor Hook, sorry, do you have any other questions? Brilliant. Right, Mr. Ware, if you want to talk us through, I mean, obviously that's taken us, well into that 40 minutes, but I think
yes,
you can exclude most of that if you like, and have another half an hour if you need to. I think it's important that you get everything out you want to say.
Yes, I don't think I will, thankfully, because Aaron's dealt with all the good bits and I've got the boring bits left to deal with now. So it sometimes happens that way. But if we can just go to my case outline, and really, I've tried to pull out the relevant. Oh, I think Councillor Hook's trying to raise it.
Go on, Councillor Hook. You're on mute.
Am I
there, we've got you now. We've got you.
Right. Sorry, I was on the plans at the round Brake Street and heading round to St Helens Square. There were all the outside seating on the pavement. I wasn't sure because some of them had crosses in. Is that sort of a plan layout, or were they not going to be shown? So you see.
Sorry, no, these are parasols, so these go up during the day. The way Blake Street works is this: it's a pedestrian street during the day. So up until 8 o'clock at night, we're allowed to use the full width of the footpath because no cars are allowed down the street. So we have 2 licensed pavement plans that are currently back and forward with the cafe license people, which is a separate application to this application, where you have a pre 8 o'clock and a post 8 till 10 o'clock, where the cars are then allowed onto Blake Street and into St Helens Square, and the dining outside contracts down massively after 8 o'clock and then totally after 10 p.m.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. So if we just what I've tried to do at paragraph 2 of the case outline is pull out the relevant sections of your policy, which I think encourage applications like this. I'm hoping that you are getting a sense from Aaron that this is going to properly bring back to life 2 iconic buildings which have huge significance for York. And that's an important feature if we fit into general terms of your licensing policy. And certainly at paragraph 2, I would say that we do fit into the vision and aspiration that you set out in your policy to encourage responsible operators to come along with something that's very different. And you're never going to, doesn't matter how long you sit as a licensing committee, you're probably never going to come on something as very different as these 2 applications sitting together. And that's further replicated in your general approach to licensing, which is shown at the relevant sections at my paragraph 2.1, that the diversity of this style of operation, we would say, fits very carefully into your policy aspirations. Now, obviously, we can't get away from the fact that these premises both sit within your red zone of your cumulative impact policy. And normally when clients come to me to seek advice about making an application in a CIP area, they fill me with horror, because 90% of the time it's very, very difficult to explain to a licensing committee how we're not going to add to the problems that might exist there, when basically the application is to add more of the same into an area that's under stress. And this is a breath of fresh air, because these applications are about as far away from that as possible. When Aaron came to talk to me about it, it was exciting. This is the most exciting application I've done for an exceptionally long time, because it we would say, ticks all of the right boxes to get you to determine that we are capable of stepping outside of your policy, due in particular to the style of business. It's nothing like the usual. This is not somebody coming along to try and create a new cheap and cheerful bar in your red zone in a retail area that's become redundant, a building that's come redundant, which I'm sure that as members of an experienced committee you've potentially had to deal with. It's about as far away from that as you can get, and you as an experienced committee and advised by a learned legal advisor will be very clear from what your policy in the section 182 guidance also says about cumulative impact policies. They are a start, they are not the end. So they are not absolute. It's down to applicants to persuade you why they should be given the benefit. The onus is on us to satisfy you when reps are received as to why an application like this should be granted. Quite a lot of applicants who come to speak to me, we don't even get to the point of making an application because it would be impossible to cross that threshold. But here we would say this is truly exceptional. It's very rare and exciting to be sitting on an application such as this. And I've really touched, I think, on the points I'm going to the rest of my submissions now as to why we can satisfy you that even though the two applications are in your red zone, they can be successfully granted in the terms of how we've applied for them. So at paragraph 3, I've tried to distill the changing application for license A into the box at the top, which accurately reflects what we're asking for you to authorise through licensable activities and the opening of the premises. It's an amended downward from the original application of the hours that I've asked for. And it's a situation where obviously Aaron had aspirations. The investment that's going into this building obviously needs to be repaid. I think the most important thing to just bear in mind from what Aaron's been telling you is that there is capability of private hires for different aspects of this becoming an event space, a wedding event space. But the capacity figures in each area are determined and restricted by the fire risk assessment because of the nature of the building. So whilst it looks big, and it is big, that the figures are reduced. And that really is what we've tried to do through the conditions that are offered in paragraph 4 of my report, which encompasses the original conditions that were offered. Aaron did a lot of work on other premise licenses within your red zone to pull a schedule of conditions together. And then, as always, I'm very grateful to Kim and Jackie for talking to us about this. I know they're going to talk to you about their conditions that they would like you to impose on the license. We've just looked at those from a promoting the licensing objective perspective and making the premises work in the way that they flow and being commercial. So I've set out the conditions that encompass the original offer and some tweaking to the conditions that the police have asked for should the license be granted. And those conditions are then replicated. The 33 conditions are then set out in the document. There are some critical issues to this, I think, because condition 1 2 and 3, it's a phrase I hate, but it's one I'm going to use for a rare application here. It future-proofs this license. You're granting a premises license, which obviously attaches to the premises, but it's very particular to Aaron and his style of operation. And I think you've seen from the plans the amount of fixed booth seating that's around the premises. For example, at paragraph 3, we're offering to conditionalize the license in such a way that the premises have to have a minimum level of seating throughout on all of the floors. And I think you can see from the layout plans and from the way Aaron's talked to you about this, these premises only work and allow him to charge a premium on the food and drink that's being served if the atmosphere is correct. So having significant numbers of vertical drinkers would be self-defeating for premises of this nature. It only works if people are sitting in the right environment, being served the right food and drink by quality staff who are trained very well in this lovely environment. If you're going to spend £3.5 million on a refurbishment, you don't want it to not be appealing to the people who are going to be prepared to pay what will be a premium price compared to some of the other offers that exist in York. So those are important differentiations, and we would say appropriate and proportionate to promote the licensing objectives. Aaron, condition 5, originally wanted to have the outside areas open later, but has taken on board some of the issues that Michael has talked about in relation to public nuisance aspects, and has pulled the aspiration for the use of the outside areas to be to 2200 hours, with an exception for New Year's Eve. And he quite rightly discussed this with me. Where would you sooner be than on the roof terrace of here at midnight on New Year's Eve to see the new year in? It's the kind of thing that if you were staying in the hotel or you had been booked into an event at the premises, you would absolutely, it'd be the golden ticket. It'd be where you will want to be on New Year's Eve. So that's the only stepping away from that 10 o'clock deadline that we want to ask for. And whilst Michael quite rightly points out the potential issues that could create a noise nuisance, as with other aspects of the operation, we've been very careful in the offer of conditions. The noise consultant's report, which is contained within the pack. Condition 32, no noise nuisance to be caused by amplified noise emanated from the premises at the nearest residential property. Bearing in mind what I touched upon in my opening, our nearest neighbours are our hotel guests. So we won't be making a success of the hotel premises if people are complaining about noise nuisance created either from the operation of the premises at Licence A or the outside areas. One of the other issues that we've asked you to consider, which is slightly different wording to that which the police have requested, is at condition 10, which we are offering, which is the use of SIA door supervisors. I think what Aaron wants to avoid is having unused door supervisors in a premise when the premises aren't busy and needing them. What he's saying is, I want to work with the North Yorkshire Police moving forward. If our aspiration in these premises work, different aspects of the building will be busier at different times. Some areas might have private parties in, some areas might be closed. We will work to make sure that there is always a minimum presence to promote the licensing objectives in door supervisors and ensure that that's an ongoing discussion and communication with the police, that their concerns, particularly in relation, for example, to race days or any events that might be happening in York, are taken on board to make sure that at all times the crime and disorder licensing objectives promoted by the right kind of door supervisors, the right numbers of door supervisors to support the senior management who will be in situ at the premises. At section 5, I've gone on to talk about the restaurant, to the hotel side of things, which I'm hoping that as a committee you will find is a less difficult application to deal with. I think when the original application was lodged and the whole of the premises were licensed and some of the regulated entertainments which aren't needed were applied for, the press got hold of a red herring, and there was some press coverage reports which painted pictures of something that really is not going to be anything like what Aaron wants to offer here. And we've, I think, got this right now. So critically important, the NB under the box, the only licensable activities taking place in the bedrooms would be the sale through minibars of quality alcohol. I did the license applications for the Bells in Leeds, which Aaron was talking about. This is exactly what we do there. It's high-end, high quality and sale within the room. So no other licensable activities taking place. And even though it is a hotel with ancillary food and drink offers, we've replicated as near as we can all of the conditions that have been offered in relation to license A, so that there's that dovetailing and no confusion, no difficulty in the operator making sure that they're compliant, no difficulty with an enforcement officer making sure that there's consistency across the venues in relation to promotion of the licensing objectives. So yes, it's in the CIZ, it's in your red zone, but realistically, the style of operation that's being offered, the way that Aaron's talked you through this, and then what I would describe as the most compelling operating schedule of offered conditions is such that you can look quite rightly at using your discretion to grant these licenses. As we've said in relation to license A, the Carluccio's license would be surrendered if this license is granted operationally suitably to Aaron, and the hotel next door, we would ask you to certainly consider in the circumstances that the premises are less likely to have a potential impact on the licensing objectives because of the very nature, style of operation, price point, etc. So those are the points I wanted to touch on in relation to the operating schedule, the standpoint of the responsible authorities and your own policy, which I've now finished. What I will do, if that suits the committee, is just really save my conclusion for a couple of minutes after all of the responsible authorities have spoken. But I hope we've set out to you the real high-end nature of the offer, the style of operation, management controls, and bringing back to life these two iconic buildings. Chair, those are the applications that we would ask you to consider.
Mr. Wayne, and just to confirm how it will work in terms of the process, obviously each responsible authority can ask you questions, and then obviously members can ask you questions, and then obviously each authority will give their representations, and you'll have the same opportunity to ask them questions. Then they get to summarise, then you get to summarise. So you'll certainly get your chance to say a little bit more and to conclude later on. I'm conscious of time and how long we've taken. I'm just wondering whether we're going to have a tea break now and then come to all the questions of you in one go. Sergeant Booth and PC Hollis, do you have a fair amount of questions to ask, do you think?
Hello, Chair. Not at this moment in time. We're happy if you want to go for a break. At the moment, we're fine. Thank you.
I think so. Given we've obviously taken a lot of information there, if we can have 7 minutes and come back at 15:15, please. The IT guys will put us all into a breakout room. So if you just follow the instructions that come up on your screen. Thank you. Sorry, I kept getting muted. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for giving us that time to have a refresh before we come to questions of the applicant. So I'll invite the police first to ask questions. Obviously, normally there would be 5 minutes, but obviously, given we've allowed longer for both applications to be presented, I'm happy for you to take longer than that if needed. So over to you, Sergeant Booth. Oh, PC Hollis.
It's going to be me, Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just one point, actually. Thank you. Yeah, Aaron, just to clarify for us, thank you for adding the condition number 8 to the application for 3 St Helens Square with regards to the adult entertainment. I just wondered, obviously you've spoken a lot about the whole business plan. I note that you're going to have it screened off. That's fantastic. Could you just clarify, is there any plan in place yet as to how you intend to operate that, any timings or the intention for those particular floors with regards to that aspect of the application?
Yeah, this is really built in for flexibility, really. It's in Post Manchester. We kind of use quite a theatrical approach, and some of that does encroach on what would be considered more adult than others. This only happens late night, and if any of that kind of activities is going on in terms of burlesque or theatrical performances, then that would be age condition with a challenge 25, but that would essentially be late night.
Fantastic. Is there a particular time that you're intending on doing that after, or are you just leaving that up to the sort of flexibility of whenever it suits?
Yeah, so essentially 9 p.m. is generally the watershed on this, and this is also the time that security essentially have been rotated to start. So essentially at 9 p.m., if you're finishing a meal with somebody who's under 18, a child or whatever, that's fine to finish your meal, but then you'd be kind of escorted off. And after kind of 9-10 p.m. is generally the watershed for these.
Wonderful. Lovely. Thank you very much. That was it from me. Thank you very much, Chair.
Nothing from you, Sergeant Booth? Right, so Leslie, for the licensing authority, have you got any questions?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would just ask either Paddy or Aaron if they would just clarify with regards to 3 St Helens Square, the areas that aren't currently licensed under the Carluccio's licence.
So nothing is currently licensed on, sorry, the Carluccio's license is, so that's not the hotel. So 3 is Carluccio's, 5 is the new application. So they're both new applications.
Yeah, number 3.
Yeah, so Carluccio's is presently licensed. But that's licensed for the front part of the building. So where you're seeing the red line to the left of the plan, the current Carluccio's license demise, that's not really extended. So the extensions to the Carluccio's plan are the rear speakeasy and the rooftops.
Right, just to be clear, so with regards to the second floor, the only area that's licensed on that floor currently is the boardroom, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Carluccio's license.
Yes, that's correct. Just so the front, the square to the furthest left on the plan.
Yeah, so the 2 rooms adjacent to that aren't currently licensed that you want licensing, plus the outside terrace and the room at the rear. I just want members to be aware of the extent of the Carluccio's premise that isn't currently licensed, that you're wanting to be licensed as part of this application. And the same with the first floor, the rooms again at the rear of the premises, which you mentioned about your speakeasy, aren't currently licensed under the Carluccio's license.
That's correct.
And the same with the ground floor, again, the rooms at the rear, which you mentioned about your speakeasy, aren't currently licensed. They would be new. That would be a new licensed area, as well as the roof terrace.
That's correct. That's currently a derelict part of the building that's not been used since it was at Leicester Bank. So it's
That's
a 3-floor triplex speakeasy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie.
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair. Would it? I have access to the Carluccio's current plan. Would it help to illustrate what Leslie's just been saying
It might do, yeah, because I was trying to flick through the papers and imagine and look at things. Yeah, so that might be useful.
Shall I put them on screen for you?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, no worries. So these are the Carluccio's plans that you're seeing now.
Okay.
So the red line on these is the licensable area. They're not great quality, but I think you can see what Leslie was illustrating. So that's the ground floor.
Mm-hmm.
So the red line area is the licensable area. So I think this is the area at the back.
Can you just enlarge it a little bit, please?
Yeah. I lose some of the detail if I go too large. So can you see that, Councillor?
Yeah. So we can see the back area there that
so that's
Leslie was referring to. That was
the speakeasy, I think Aaron called it.
Yeah.
Then we've got. So this is the first floor. So again, just the front area isn't in the licensed area, so all this is new.
Yeah. Just, I don't suppose you know, out of interest on that first plan, or that one you just showed us, how many covers that provides in terms of that seating layout, do you? Because obviously it's significantly different to the kind of proposed layout.
I don't know whether it was incorporated into the license.
If I could come in there, Helen, if it helps. I've got those details in front of me. I think it says tables and chairs will be laid out for a minimum of 170 customers, and there shall be waiter and waitress service. It doesn't specifically say on the license condition over which floor each of those 170 apply to, but it just says 170 in total.
Thanks, Kim. So then this is, I think this is this the boardroom that we talked about earlier? So none of this area is licensed, and the back.
Okay.
Is there? That's it. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Does that help?
That was helpful for me. Hopefully others found it of use.
Shall I get rid of those plans now?
Yeah. Members happy? There's no other questions on those? Brill. Michael Golightly, have you got any questions you'd like to ask at this point of the applicant?
Yes, please, Chair. I've got a few questions, so please bear with me.
No problem.
Yes, if I could ask the applicant, the noise barrier has been proposed. What length is that going to be?
So the noise barrier to the rear roof terrace runs the full length of that wall. It's also at that level there is a height difference between the roof terrace and the alleyway below it. So that'll be at 2.4 meters. I think you've been sent a detail of the construction of the noise barrier, I believe, from Dax.
Sorry, you're breaking up. Sorry, I'm not on the best line. Sorry, what was that? Sorry.
It's above head height, so it prevents a visual barrier, a security barrier, because there is a height difference on the rear roof terrace, and also an audio noise barrier as well.
Okay. Are you proposing to have a noise barrier on the second upper rooftop terrace as well?
We're not at that level, no. That's a glass balustrading at that level, because you're above the level and you're a lot further away from residential at that level.
Okay.
There's also quite a big part of the cell of the upper roof terrace is, of course, a 360 panoramic views over the city and the minster behind it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. The suggested terrace. Just to clarify this, it said one of the documents said it was cease regular activity at 11 o'clock. Obviously, you've scaled that back in later proposals. And from what you were saying about New Year, is it now just to be extended beyond the time that you want on New Year's Eve? Is that correct?
I just think there's no better place in York to be on that roof terrace at midnight when you've got the activities and fireworks going on at the Minster. You get such amazing 360 views. So I just think, and I think on New Year's Eve, people are more tolerant. There's a lot of people out in the streets and certainly around the Minster. So I just think it's such a wasted opportunity to be closing out at 10 p.m. when you've got a hotel guest who a big golden ticket, as Paddy's called it, would be that roof terrace at midnight.
Okay. I mean, my question was actually, one of the documents said ceases regularly activity at 11 p.m. So is that not the case? It's just going to be for that one night?
Yes. So throughout our negotiations and consultation period, we've scaled that back to 10 p.m., which matches the outdoor patio areas and the payment licenses that are around the city. So that now all ties in together at 10 p.m. with the exception of New Year's Eve, when I'd like that to be the terminal hour if possible, please.
If it helps,
Okay.
Michael, condition 5 that's offered, the wording is the outside area and roof terrace shall be closed by 2200 hours with the exception of New Year's Eve. So we've enshrined it in a condition.
That's great, Paddy. Thank you. Next up, we've got the noise limiting device that's been proposed. I'll be honest, I'm not aware of the one that you've proposed in there. Is it a sound processor or something like that? Could you explain that?
Yeah, so it's a digital sound processor that monitors the ambient noise within the room and then adjusts it. So this is what we call a firewall limiter, which means that if a DJ or performer exceeds the noise limit, it doesn't just the noise doesn't kind of come up and stop. It actually kind of repels it away. So when the noise comes up, it actually turns it down. So then the other way for the performer to get the music or the manager to get the music back up is to actually limit the noise that's being emanated. So it physically can't go past that noise limit once it's set. Management and site people do not have access to this or the ability to control it. That will be set by a sound professional with Dax Audio and with your presence.
Okay. The other thing for that one, does it have a minimum level whereby it would cut the sound off, or could it go down to any level you want?
It can be set at any level.
Okay. Are you planning on having different music in the different rooms within the premises?
Yes, so there will be an elements of zoning and the ability to zone rooms from one performance room, but the idea is that the rooms will be different levels and different music within the different spaces. Yes. And that can be controlled from one system, or would you need more than one system? It's multiple systems that do interlink by a sound sharing system called SoundWeb. These technologies are all digital now. It's not like the old days of it being an amplifier. They're all quite very expensive.
Right then, next question. The music, are you planning on having music in the speakeasy rooms, like the one at the back as well, that's up at rooftop level?
Yes, it'll be relatively low background music in those areas. So this must be kind of a playlist, but it's at very low level. The idea of a speakeasy is it's a very dark candlelit room with very minimal lighting and all seated service. So it's about trying to have a cocktail as an experiential thing. So people come in and it's about a seated experience. The cocktails in this area are kind of 10, 12, 15, 20 pounds a cocktail. They get presented with a jug of water, and it's very much about the kind of prohibition era of a cocktail and that period.
Okay. Are you planning on having that low background music, therefore removing the recorded music element from that part of the premises? It's on a playlist, so recorded music element is a little bit strange sometimes, because when is a digital playlist recorded and when is it not? So we've kept it in for flexibility in case somebody did want to rent that as a private area. But again, this would always be run through the SoundWeb processing system. So in terms of them being able to turn the music up louder than we'd anticipated or loud enough to cause a problem, it really wouldn't be. And we've also got to remember that these rooms at the back of the rear were old bank vaults. These are significant walls, very thick concrete walls. So sound emanating from that area is really not a concern. Yeah. Bear me a second. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep. Okay.
Take your time. There's no rush at all.
Okay.
That wasn't sarcastic either.
Okay, when you're looking at the plans, the ground floor for the hotel room part of it, the ground floor bar.
Yes.
You have a front door, which is towards the lower, which is closer towards Blake Street, which we're proposing having closed. The door that's to the north of the picture, to the top of the picture, you see goes into the entrance into 3 St Helens Square. Would customers from 3 St Helens Square still have access into the hotel bar, or is that going to be restricted?
It's restricted. So when you enter, there'll be a host at the front door from St Helens Square into what used to be the kind of alleyway between the two properties, which has now been glazed in. So there'll be a door greeter and a door host at that, and then you'll be kind of allocated to which room that you want to go in or which room has capacity. So it's at that point that the selection is made to go into 3 or into 5. And also depending on where you've booked. I mean, a large majority of our bookings are pre-booked these days. People have their nights epically planned out, and COVID has definitely accelerated that process of people booking into spaces.
So customers who are not staying at the hotel could still gain access into that bar downstairs?
Yes.
So
essentially, like all hotel bars and restaurants, members of the public are welcome to go into the hotel, restaurant, or hotel bar at any point up to a certain time when it becomes residents only.
Absolutely, yeah. Are you going to restrict that time so that it's clear?
That's restricted by the licensed hours that we're asking for. Which is, of course, 1 a.m. during the week and 3 a.m. just on the Saturday.
Okay. Finally, I think the next question is, it's about the bar in the hotel room on the first floor level in front of the room, the bedrooms. It's not clear. That's going to be licensed. Is that going to be still licensed for recorded music as well?
So, which are you talking about? The reception?
Yeah, the reception on the first floor level of the hotel.
Yeah, so the reception area is, you may have a meeting up there, but it's a very small reception area. So the intention of the bar up there is to really service the room service.
So are you going to have music there in that area as well? Because at the moment it would be licensed to have recorded music there and live music.
Again, this would only be background music. So that's, we'd envisage that as being background music. So we've suggested on the plans that the only licensable activity in the rooms is alcohol by way of minibar or room service.
Yeah, for the rooms, yeah, okay. Yeah. Again, in relation to live music, are you specifying where that's going to be within the premises? Or could it be anywhere within both premises?
We've scaled that right back now. So live music only takes place on the stage on the first floor premises and potentially in the speakeasy, but this would be something kind of very low level acoustic wise, nothing, not a band. The other place you'd have traditional kind of jazz bands and things is on the stage on the first floor.
Okay. I believe that is it. Okay. Thank you very much for your time there. Thank you.
Thank you. There's some good questions there actually that were really helpful for clarifying a few points. So it's members' chances now to ask questions. So Councillor Galvin, have you got any questions you'd like to ask?
Yes. The police have issued some conditions should the licenses be granted. Are these incorporated? I haven't quite worked out. Are some of these picked up in the case outline that that Mr. Were? Can I call you Paddy, Mr. Were?
You certainly can. Just don't call me Patrick, because I think I'm in trouble with my mum if you do that. So just stick to Paddy.
Oh, okay, thank you, Paddy. I'm trying to work out where these conditions that the police are proposing for both Impossible B and Impossible A, the one being yes. How do you look at those, Paddy? I mean, would you be relatively happy with those conditions?
We if it helps, and I should have maybe done this as a tracked change so you could see the changes. And I apologise that I didn't think of that until a moment ago. I'm sure Kim will highlight the differences between the two documents. So in the case outline, the conditions that we have put in there incorporate the conditions that the police have suggested, with some amendments to some of those conditions. So we, for example, the first one of their conditions, they're asking for alcohol should be sold ancillary to food in the restaurant, and they've used the word covers rather than we've used the word seats, because we don't want the premises to be set up with knives, forks and crockery, etc., to be set up as a covers. So there are some amendments, and I'm sure Kim will highlight what she's asking for in her document. What we've tried to do is go as close to those as we can so that it doesn't have a detrimental operational impact on the premises, whilst still believing that what we're offering promotes the licensing objectives. So it may be useful when you retire to have a look at the schedule that Kim's going to take you through, then have a look at the way that we've worded them in this document, and you'll see that there are some changes to some of the conditions which we think reflect what would be appropriate and proportionate to promote the licensing objectives.
Thank you very much. That's my question, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hook.
Yeah, my question's on the security, because you've got that passage that leads to the speakeasy, and it's presumably being fed by those new staircases that come down from the higher floors for the fire exits. I'm just wondered whether security would be positioned on that, because would it be at the right on St Helens Square, or would it be further down, or both, or how?
So it's emergency that we have security on the front of the Impossible Door, which is at 3 St Helens Square, and also covering that alleyway up to it. So it'd be quite subtle, because the idea is that it's a speakeasy that you have to kind of adventure to find when you walk down this alleyway and you're not sure, you know, where it's actually leading. And then that's part of the adventure, really, this kind of hidden speakeasy. But security will monitor the front entry point at that gas lamp area, of course, yes.
And I should just point out, Councillor, and I think Aaron can confirm, Aaron operates many premises that are multi-floor premises. So he will be using a professional, I'm not using the word professional as it will be the agency professional, but they will be a professional agency. This will all be risk assessed to make sure that any areas that need to be covered by supervision will be. And of course, there'll be a state-of-the-art digital CCTV system throughout. So I wouldn't worry about there being an area. There won't be any black spots in the premises. They'll all be covered by senior management, door supervisors, and also the CCTV system.
Any other questions, Councillor Hook? Brill. I've got a few, and I suppose probably a few that touch off that. I suppose what will be the internal control mechanisms to keep people between floors, or from floors becoming busier? You know, if you know, who knows where we might get to with conditions and how the premise becomes laid out. But you know, my concern is at the minute that you've got so many seated spaces upstairs. What stops more people just drifting up and drifting up and drifting up?
It's management control, essentially. So on those busy peak periods, the numbers are regulated between floors, and a big part of what we're offering here is pre-booked. So you book yourself into a booth or a table, and you have that booth or a table for a 90-minute to a 2-hour period. So you kind of pre-book onto that. So we've got a pretty good idea of what numbers we're expecting before we open the night. So we can then, management and security can then deal with people trying to move between floors who shouldn't be moving between floors. But if you book into the ground floor, you stay on the ground floor, essentially. If you book into the first floor, you stay on the first floor. The idea is that you don't move between the two. And the majority of the covers are essentially seated, and that's the experience. There is some standing upstairs, and when you've got a jazz band on stage, you know, that's, you know, there will be dancing, but those numbers are controlled by means of the fire risk assessment.
I think, Councillor, that Aaron mentioned that the COVID situation has probably driven people even further to the use to booking areas, and it obviously assists the management in knowing how many staff to have on, how much food to bring in for particular areas. So it's the way the businesses have moved and it's gone very, very quickly as a result of COVID. So people do book on to have an area, a bespoke area in the premises. That's part of their night out. And I think, Erin's very used to, as I said, having multi-floor, multi-room venues where the systems will be pretty attuned to dealing with that.
Can you just remind me, you mentioned the fire regulation numbers for that first floor. I seem to have in my head it was 180, but I might have got that wrong. And then just remind me of how many seats you've physically got on that floor.
So we've put a condition within the embedded conditions that we've suggested of 90 seats. I think there's 120 seats on that floor currently. The only seats that we intend on removing from time to time will be the poser tables in front of the stage would essentially may move on certain times. All the seating in terms of the booth seating is as fixed as it can be in a grade 2 listed building. So it's not physically fixed, but it's of such a size that customers can't move it around. It's for all intents and purposes, it is fixed.
Okay, and what did you say, sorry, the fire regulations number was for that space? I'm just trying to work out the difference basically between what you've provided seating.
I believe it's 140, but I just need to double check that. The fire risk assessment will change again because we did trade these premises in December between lockdowns. So after the November lockdown, York came into tier 2. So we did open for a period before we were closed on New Year's Eve by government order. So we had one fire assessment for the part project, which we operate under the Carluccio's license, and then a new fire risk assessment will be done on completion of the hotel and the interface between the two rooms. These are all based on fire exit strategies opposed to floor area.
And then there was, again, maybe the terminology is wrong, but you put there'd be a personal license holder responsible for each floor or zone. I think that was the terminology you used. I suppose obviously you will have one designated premises supervisor. I imagine there'd be the same person for each of the 2 physical buildings. And then I presume that's just you offering us some kind of assurance about the quality of the supervision. Does that sound like a fair summary?
That's right. There's one DPS who's actually one of our best area managers who's moved across from Manchester. Is very experienced in hotels, restaurants and bars of this level. We've also just purchased the old Gusto site. So her area will be essentially these 2 properties, the 3 properties, the 2 Impossible and Gusto. So she'll be the overarching manager on the business. The other PLHs have been off, premise license holders have been offered because it offers a high-end sense of training. Really, to hold a personal license holder, you need to go through a test and accreditation, and it just gives a little bit more security and comfort to the license.
Brilliant. And again, I suppose just picking up from some of the comments around the sexual, not sexual entertainment, but adult entertainment. Can you just confirm again, are you specifically looking at restricting it just to that first floor, or are you wanting it on the second floor as well, or is that just to give you business flexibility?
Just about giving business flexibility, really. So it needs to be an area that can't be overviewed from the outside. So I've removed it totally from both ground floors, and it's just that first floor, second floor, and speakeasy essentially that we're looking for this. And this is not going to be a regular thing. It's occasional things that we may do a performance or a burlesque show that infringes, that goes past what we consider adult entertainment and regular kind of family audience.
Mr. Golightly touched on the residents or people who are resident using the bar facilities and the restaurant downstairs in the hotel side. Obviously, you said it would be like a normal hotel, in inverted commas, where people could come and anyone can use I could walk into the Grand and have a glass of wine or something and then go into town or whatever else. But obviously there's normally a cut off to that. And 3 o'clock to me, I can't imagine the Grand would let me knock on their door at 3 o'clock and come in for a drink. I suppose, have you thought about, if we had to restrict the time on it being residents only in that part of the building, had you thought about any time that might be suitable opposed to just the normal licensing time?
In terms of most hotels within the city, you can go into the terminal hour. The bar will be licensed separately with a time, and you can go into that terminal hour. I accept that 3 o'clock, is late, but this is only on a Saturday night. Throughout the week, it's 1 a.m. And certainly, if you can go into the hotel to bin at post 2 o'clock in the morning and have a drink as a customer. Hotels out of town tend to close earlier than they are allowed to close because the trade moves around. We're right in the middle of the major square of the city here, and we view that slightly differently.
And I suppose just it's a general point, I suppose, really, maybe not more than a question, but what stops us giving you an alcohol license for the hotel and the bedrooms? You know, once you've got your alcohol license, you know, they suddenly decide, actually, you know what, we'll just make them lots of little snugs. You know, I know it's probably not your business model or your business plan, but what prevents us, you know, if we grant you an alcohol license for such a huge premises, I don't know, maybe one for you, Mr. Ware.
Yeah, I think condition 1, I think, Hope, gets to that point. So we've offered that condition: the premises shall operate predominantly as a restaurant and a hotel. I think if it stepped away from its hotel use under the premises license, number 1, that condition would be called into jeopardy. Number 2, I think there would be a need to vary the premises license in relation to the layout plans. And I think more importantly, number 3, if you're going to invest ridiculous amounts of money, in my eyes, in doing these hotel rooms up for it to become a commercial venture, it just isn't commercially going to be something that is going to happen. So I think you've got the comfort as a licensing subcommittee that the conditionality, that future-proofing phrase that I used, is important, I think, in a red zone area, because the very nature of the operation can't change away from what we're asking to be applied for.
Would you have any problem with us conditioning the number of bedrooms that are on the plans?
Aaron?
I wouldn't have a problem with that. There is ongoing. We're running 2 applications separately here. So we're running the licensing application and also listed building and applications. So the number of bedrooms isn't fully fixed yet. The intention would be that with all these things, one of the applications has to come first, and by way of timelining it, the licensing application has come first. So we haven't got a fixed number from listed building consent at this point in time.
Okay, I suppose you can see it from our point of view that if suddenly, you know, you get to that stage and they say, oh, you can only have the bedrooms in the basement and not upstairs for whatever reason, it suddenly changes that building quite significantly by taking out one of those floors, and obviously if it's licensed gives different potential. I don't know if
I can see the point that you're coming to, Chair, and I think should the license be granted by the subcommittee, I'm comfortable that we could work at getting the phraseology of a condition right that would give you the comfort that that wouldn't be an issue, but wouldn't stop Aaron from being able to operate the way that we've explained to you today that we would wish to operate. So it's certainly something I can look to work at. Whether I can get that as a condition to be offered before the end of the hearing, but if you are, I don't know whether you're proposing to take 5 days to come to your decision on this, with it being an important one, but we could certainly look at finessing a condition on that, on the basis that obviously if the license were granted.
Have you got any observations there, Sandra, around those type of conditions?
Chair, no, it may be useful to have a condition session, and whether that can take place later on today, when we've got through the submissions, or whether after the close of the submissions today you seek further information, or there can be some ongoing submissions relating to further conditions. I suppose that's something that might be able to happen.
Okay, that's all my questions. Sandra, did you have any other points you wanted to make, or
yes, please, Chair. I do have a few questions just to understand the application, if I may.
Of course.
Can I please understand the capacity for each floor? Because in the document that Mr. Were circulated, his summary of the applications, he does set out in relation to, sorry, Chair, I'm looking away at a separate screen here.
It's fine.
In his proposed condition 3 for Carluccio's, having proposed that the premises should operate predominantly as a restaurant, cafe, bar, to understand to what extent there will be predominantly that sort of, well, to what extent it could turn up being a vertical drinking establishment once licensed. I think it's useful to know what the actual capacity is on each floor. I know that they are proposing in condition 3 certain amount of seating, but what is the capacity for each floor, please?
Do you want me to pick that up, Paddy?
Yes, if you could just deal with the numbers, that would be helpful, I think.
Yeah, the problem we have at the moment is because that when we operated before Christmas, we were operating in a COVID situation. So the fire risk assessment has been assessed with COVID seating in mind, which is far lower than the usual capacity of seating because we had to take seating out to space people around. So this will be determined by the fire risk assessment. I believe that is 140 people on the first floor, around the same on the ground floor, but these numbers haven't been fixed yet because we've been trading in a COVID situation where spacing is more important than the capacity. So that's a little bit difficult to explain at this point.
And the second floor, please. And the roof terrace?
The second floor currently isn't. So the second floor and roof terrace don't have a fire capacity at the moment because the fire escape hasn't gone in because we're awaiting listed building consent. So that area has a 0 capacity at the moment, but we'd anticipate once completed, it would have a capacity of 60 people by single means of escape.
Okay, thank you. And so I think you're saying that at the moment, the capacity that you're saying at the first and ground floors of 140 is the minimum. It could go up once the fire capacity is reviewed post pandemic.
I don't think it can go up. So because we're limited by the fire escapes that are in there currently. The fire escapes we had was to control the numbers that we were dealing with on the COVID situation. So it's slightly out of tune. The idea is that then when we finish the building work and we've got the new fire escapes in, the building will have a new fire risk assessment that will assess the numbers of the improved figures. But these only really relate to the hotel side and the roof areas, which currently are 0 rated.
Okay, thank you. But for the ones where you do have a fire capacity for the first and the ground floor for former Coluccio's, you're proposing 90 seated customers on each of those floors, and there could be potential 50 other customers standing.
Well, I think that's the minimum figure. So the minimum figures are the figures that have quoted. Certainly, from when I've done site visits and talked to her and walked around the premises. If we move away from the COVID restrictions and the premises are successful, then I think these are the minimum numbers that would be seated. So the style and nature of the premises, if you're in the speakeasy, you will be seated. That's part and parcel of what you're spending a lot of money for the theatre of being served a phenomenal drink in the right atmosphere, seated. If you're in the restaurant, we want and on the first floor, we want the capacity for, as Aaron said, if there's a band on, people want to stand and listen to it at the bar, but a jazz band in the right environment. But in the restaurant areas, the vast majority of people will be seated. It won't create the right ambience and repeat customers if people don't get that atmosphere to be in.
Thank you. And what's the capacity, please, for the hotel and restaurant for the floors? I think you said you don't have one currently.
We don't have one yet because it's not been built. So we have to build the space, and then we get a fire risk assessment before we open to the public.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of I do have the actual numbers of seating that's on the plans versus the numbers that the police have agreed. So on the first floor, we have 62 in the front part and 37 in the back part, and the police have asked for a total of 90 as a minimum. So we actually have just under 100. On the ground floor, we have 72 in the restaurant, 28 in the chocolatiers, and 41 at the back, which is a total of 140 seats, and the police have asked for a minimum of 90 seats. And on the second floor, the police have asked for 50 as a minimum requirement, and we actually provide 43 on the second floor, 52 to the rear terrace, and 17 inside to the rear. So significantly more seating has been provided than the police have asked for.
Okay, thank you for that. I think maybe, Chair, if I may, a question for Mr. Were possibly. I think, Mr. Were, you said during your presentation that we should treat the document that you circulated as your amended application scaled back.
Yes.
And you referred to the paragraph. So for the former Coluccios, you referred to the activities set out in your paragraph 3.
Yes.
So you would confirm, please, would you, that you are no longer seeking Box A plays, Box C indoor sporting events, and Box K adult entertainment?
So the adult entertainment that we're seeking is then conditionalized by condition 8.
But you say you're no longer seeking adult entertainment as a licensable activity. If I'm looking at your paragraph 3, I'm not. Is paragraph 3 what you are seeking by way of licensable activities?
Well, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused as to what you are now, what your amended application is.
If you just bear with me 1 second.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was just checking the application form. So the box K was completed on the basis of it still being requested in conjunction with the condition 8. So I'm sorry that wasn't in the box at the top, but it is in the amended application. So it's still being sought with that condition being offered.
Is paragraph 3 otherwise correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And likewise, in relation to application B, the hotel, which I think you set out in paragraph 5, again, there, could you confirm that you're no longer seeking A, plays, B, films, C, indoor sports, E, live music, and K, adult entertainment, because they're not showing, they're not.
That's correct.
So you're not seeking live music in the hotel restaurant?
That's correct.
And no, so you're only seeking adult entertainment in the former Coluccios?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think Mr. Mello said earlier that that's possibly going to be on one of the upper floors, but you're not. You don't want to specify an area where that would be if the license were granted.
No. So condition 8 says that if it were to be offered, it would be on the first and second floors, and wouldn't be on the roof terrace, and it would be screened, and no children would be allowed in that particular area when the entertainment that Mr. Mello described may take place.
And how would you be advertising or marketing the adult entertainment within the premises?
Well, I think if that was something that would be allowed, or being offered, it would still have to comply with the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act and your own policy. So I think in relation to anything that becomes adult entertainment that you deem to be of that level, Aaron has operated premises of that nature in York previously, and he would make sure that there was nothing that was being advertised that would infringe your policy under the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act.
And what is being proposed by way of adult entertainment?
I think Aaron did explain, but perhaps he could just say that again.
This is really kind of theatrical and burlesque performances. It's not you know, it's not lap dancing or striptease. This is kind of stage-based burlesque shows and other kind of corporate events which may touch on what is deemed to be adult. Sometimes that comedy can be deemed to be adult by words of what people are saying and things like this. So it's really just encompassing that as opposed to anything further.
Thank you. So no nudity, for example, is being proposed?
Burlesque does kind of touch on nudity, but it's done in a kind of an artistic way. So it's just covering that principle essentially.
Okay, thank you. And can I just understand is that I understand these, obviously these are two separate applications, but they seem to me, am I right in thinking that they are so interlinked that because obviously it's open to the panel to approve both, refuse both, or approve one and not the other, but are you saying that the premises could not operate only as one? If members were to approve one and not the other, then it just wouldn't work and you couldn't operate, given they're so interlinked?
The two premises are on two separate leases, which is why they're on two separate license applications.
Oh, I see.
The idea is that this is a fully blended experience. Not all guests will use all areas. Some people will just use the hotel and not use any of the restaurants or bars. Some people will just use the restaurants and bars and not the hotel. So it is what we try to deliver here is a fully blended, almost self-regulating kind of premises, whereby we can't go too loud on the kind of upper supper club floor because our expensive hotel guest next door would complain. So we become our own kind of self-regulating premises, really. And I felt that was quite right for particularly this location in York. I also failed to see what else that building could be used for. It's clearly, it was built as a bank, and banks wouldn't really be in that position anymore. The upper floors have been derelict for decades and not really being utilised. And I think a hotel fits that perfectly. Offices or something else create their own problems in terms of parking. So I think a hotel use is the right thing for that square.
Yes, but my question really was, could one licence operate without the other?
Potentially, yes. But I think the blended offer is far better for everybody.
I don't know whether the point's been missed from the question to the answer there. I think the issue, Aaron, is that if the committee granted one licence and not the other, would that frustrate the development and the investment in both sides of the building? If for example, we didn't get the licence that you needed on either side of the redevelopment. I don't know whether that's what Sandra was trying to get to, but.
Well, really, I'm just wondering, and again, obviously, you'll appreciate that I'm not preempting any decision, obviously, that the panel may make, but I'm just trying to understand and get the information that may be necessary. Suppose, for example, members were minded to grant the hotel restaurant, but not the bar, the former Carluccio's license for the cafe, tea rooms, etc. What would there be to prevent, say, for example, people purchasing drinks in the hotel bar and taking them through into the adjoining unlicensed premises to drink?
Well, of course, the next door will still have the Carluccio's license. So if that were the position,
I see. So you wouldn't surrender that license unless I see.
Yeah. So I think we would have to sit down and. Aaron's obviously talking about investing £3.5 million in the two buildings and needs to get a return on that investment. So when the decisions come out, we would have to assess what that means to the commercial investment and what we would need, what my advice would be in relation to those decisions. But I think if, for example, on your potential scenario, the license was granted for B but not for A, the Carluccio's license would still exist.
Yeah, I see. Exactly. I see. That explains. Thank you. And just finally, Chair, if I may, am I right in understanding that you're proposing that all outside areas will be closed off by 10 p.m? This is for both premises, apart from that one which you're proposing has the New Year's Eve exemption, but
yes.
Otherwise they're all to be closed by 10 p.m.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm afraid I've got a few more questions from just going through that. And again, sorry if they're written in other places, but there's a fair few documents I'm trying to flick through and see.
While you're flicking through, can I ask a pretty simple question?
Well, I'd have flicked, but go on, you can go.
I don't want to cause offence, but it seems to me, Chair, that this establishment is not going to be a cheap drinking establishment. And I don't say that by way of insult. I think it's probably a compliment. And I suspect that you are not aiming to attract the stag nights and the hen nights to the establishment. So, you're a pretty high end of the market. Would that be a fair? And as I say, I'm not trying to be judgmental about it.
No. I think you're right, Councillor.
I'm putting it in sort of blunt and crude terms that I understand.
Yeah, I think you've cut through my opening paragraphs in one sentence brilliantly. So every town, and certainly somewhere as fabulous as York, needs a variety of different types of premises for different people at different times to enjoy and socialise. And your policy is very clear about setting that aspiration out. We are suggesting to you that this scheme is something that doesn't exist at the moment in York. It's at a very, very different and high-end level, and it's one that I will only be able to afford should I win the lottery, not on the fees that I get from Mr. Mellor, but you
Tell us another one. Thank you. I mean, that's the impression I've got, that, yeah, as I say, I don't want to be, I'm not being derogatory. It is not a cheap drinking establishment, full stop. And so it doesn't, to me, I don't think you're going to appeal to the stag night stroke hen night custom. But thank you very much.
If you have a look at the video gives an architectural impression of what the building is, and the fit out of this space is incredible. The wood paneling, the sprung ballroom floor, you know, this is a historic building. It needs to be treated well. This is not high volume vertical drinking or a quasar nightclub. It's designed to be super high end, and the architectural merit of the building deserves that.
I was not being critical, by the way.
No, absolutely.
Because I don't want a cheap drinking establishment either. Not past that.
What time? And again, sorry if I've missed this in the kind of myriad of documents we've got. But what time do you expect the restaurants to close or the kitchens to close?
People's habits are changing, and they've changed an awful lot through lockdown, and through when we opened at Christmas, before in the December period between the lockdown. We were allowed to trade till 10 p.m. at that point. So the kitchen was vibrant at that point. People are then also moving to sharing platters. So the supper club, the food will go on late as 1, 2 a.m. in the morning, which is why we've asked for that, for late night refreshments to go that late. You know, people are generally tending to eat later and later. And this is kind of following the kind of international trend. So it will be based on a supply and demand basis, but I anticipate certainly on a weekend, this will be through to 1 a.m.
Okay, and I suppose if we look at each part of the building in turn, so part A, the Carluccio's area, for example, the restaurant area for that part, I imagine will be laid with crockery and laid out like a restaurant. I imagine that will stay then all night until 3 o'clock. You wouldn't plan to, at some point, to have a cut off and think, right, collect it all back in and we'll get these tables out for people to sit at and drink at.
I mean, there is an element of that where we switch from we're being more food led to drink led later in the evening, but it's still a mix of kind of sharing plates, and people kind of have sharing plates the new kind of norm, really, particularly as it gets later. So it's difficult to put a precise time on that, and it's very much about supply and demand and flexibility and how this moves forward. But the intention certainly is the ground floor is predominantly a restaurant area, the front part is predominantly a chocolatiers, the first floor is predominantly a supper club, and the upstairs floor is predominantly a private dining room.
And then the restaurant on the opposite side, part B, again, is that going to be more a bar where if someone wants to eat, you'll get the cutlery out, or we have a set area of it, or so many spaces that are laid out for dining? What's the intention with that half in terms of that?
People's changing habits of pre-booking gives us a fairly precise indicator of how many people we're expecting for a dining setting. So they were laid out in advance, and the tables are reserved for the guests coming in. That does fluctuate as you get later into the night. And then, so again, flexibility as per the restaurant next door.
Okay. Thank you. I think that is everything, unless any final members' questions. No. Right. I'm not sure who we're coming to in terms of police presenting. I think it's PC Hollis, but if you'd like to present your case now, please.
Hello, Chair. It's going to be myself that's going to commence this morning. Firstly, my apologies for my IT issues at the start of the hearing, but I can confirm that I did hear everything, as I am in a room socially distanced from PC Hollis. So I think it's probably, given the amount of information that we've had submitted in respect of both applications, just to really set out where we are from the police perspective. So when the applications were originally submitted back in December, our representation was based on the information and operating schedule contained within those applications, which we felt at that time did not reach the standard of the threshold for what we felt was conditions to mitigate the concerns within the CIA area in relation to crime and disorder, as per your own statement of licensing policy. However, since those applications have been submitted, we, along with the other responsible authorities, and I'm grateful to both Paddy and Erin, we've had a lot of interaction and meetings to discuss these premises, which I think from what you can heard today and what you will have seen are quite a large premises located interlinked. As a result of those meetings, Paddy has kindly submitted his case study, and I think it's probably best if I work my way through that to highlight what the police concerns still are outstanding in relation to both these applications. So in relation to number 3, which is the current Carluccio's premises licence, as stated by the applicant, it's already a licensed premises, so not a new licensed premises per se. However, there is an extension to the licensed hours, the licensable capacity, and also the licensable activities. In effect, there is 9 bars over 4 floors, including 2 rooftop terraces. And the addition of the licensable activities, such as the live recorded music, the dance, the films, and the adult entertainment. The current licensable hours for the venue is 7 days a week from 8 o'clock in the morning until midnight. The premises are located in an area that has a mixture of retail outlets, other licensed venues, and also residential properties. The police would ask members to consider your CIA policy and take into account that the premises are located in the red zone, particularly in respect of the opening times proposed by the applicant, which are Sunday to Friday, 0800 hours to 0100 hours. So currently that is an additional hour on top of the current licence, and Saturday, 0800 to 0300 hours, which is an additional 3 hours. Your current CIA policy contains statistical analysis, which shows that calls are at their highest relating to incidents of crime and disorder on a weekend, which is Saturdays and Sundays, and between the hours of 2300 to 0400, which is your general nighttime economy operating hours. Given the demand already placed on calls for service to police due to the saturation of licensed premises within this CIA area at this time, the police would not support the request for licensable activities until 0300 hours. And we would ask members to take this into account when considering this application. The proposed additional conditions offered by the applicant are welcomed by the police and go towards mitigating concerns regarding potential crime and disorder and public nuisance from both premises. However, in relation to a venue of this size, the condition offered at point 10 in the case summary, the police would say is insufficient. If we take the details of condition 3 and the number solely for seats, not including, as we've already talked about as part of the hearing today, standing capacity, we have 4 separate floors with a total number of seated capacity, as per the conditions offered, of 368. The applicant offers an adequate number of door supervisors shall be provided at the venue on the following: from 2100 hours until close of business every Friday, Saturday, and the night before a bank holiday, on nights when a race meeting is held at York, save for the family day. What we would have to determine is what the applicant deems is an adequate number of supervisors and what the police would deem, which is why we sent the proposed conditions outlining what we feel is relevant for SIA door supervision. I would also refer members to point 20 offered by the applicant in the case summary, in that the management of the venue will comply with any written, reasonable and justified request made by North Yorkshire Police regarding the provision of door supervisors should the need arise at other times. Members, the police would ask if you're minded to grant this licence that you consider the size of the venue and the impact that SIA door staff have to mitigate concerns in respect of crime and disorder, and how they can also assist with dispersing patrons from the premises when it closes, thereby potentially reducing the risk of public nuisance and crime and disorder. The police would respectfully ask that the following condition, which is submitted as part of our additional conditions, in that door supervisors should be employed as follows. And we feel that this fits in with the characteristics, the location, style of the premises as per the 182 guidance. So that Sunday to Thursday, we would ask that there would be a minimum of 2 SIA licensed door supervisors for up to 300 capacity on duty at the premises whilst it is open for licensable activities from 2000 hours. Thereafter, there shall be 1 SIA door supervisor per 100 additional people or part thereof. On Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays leading into a bank holiday Monday, there shall be a minimum number of 3 SIA door supervisors from 2000 hours until 30 minutes past closing time. And on days when race meetings are held at York Racecourse, save for the family meeting held in September and the first meeting in May, a minimum of 2 SIA registered door staff shall be provided at the premises from 1900 hours to the close of play. These conditions for SIA are outlined and are part of the additional material submitted by PC Hollis. Just furthermore, in respect of the case summary, in respect of point 23, whilst I would welcome any licensed premises to be a member of a pub watch scheme, I'm aware that conditions on a premises licence should be precise and enforceable and be capable of being met. Police licensing in York have been working with local licensees to set up a pub watch scheme in York prior to the COVID pandemic. However, there has been some difficulties around this in respect that they have to be volunteers, they have to register, ensure compliance with the Information Commissioner's Office regulations, and it has been fraught with issues. As such, I would suggest that a condition such as the premises licence holder will comply in any local crime reduction initiatives instigated by the police or other responsible authorities which promote any of the 4 licensing objectives as an alternative. Again, if you would be amenable to considering this as part of the applicant's submissions. I believe it would be beneficial for members to understand the position of the police in engaging with the applicant and his legal representative. And I'm going to hand over to my colleague now, PC Kim Hollis, for her to mention about where we've got to in relation to the conditions that were submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Booth. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. As you're aware, I'm the licensing officer for York, and part of my role is looking at new grant applications for the city, including those in our cumulative impact area. I met with Mr. Mellor at the premises before submission of this application, or these applications, should I say, with colleagues to discuss the venture and the proposals. At the meeting, I considered the venue and the location within the special policy area, and we discussed altogether these 2 premises being within this red zone area. Once the application was received, I reviewed this and had discussions on a number of occasions, both over the phone and email with Mr. Mellor, and more recently his legal representative, Mr. Were. Before submitting my representation, I considered the licensable activities applied for and the timings along with the operating schedule at the time. I have advised throughout the timings being applied for would not be consistent with my approach to other applications that have been reviewed since this current policy has been in place by City of York Council. Whilst, of course, I have reviewed the application on its own merits, I also consider that a consistent and impartial approach and the wider impact of adding additional licensable activities into an area already identified to be under stress and strain from crime and disorder within the council's own statement of licensing policy. After meeting again at the premises with all parties on the 24th of March, in the interest of trying to narrow down these points, I wrote a list of conditions which I sent to Mr. Were and copied in all parties. This is the email that I forwarded on to Fiona. since this, Mr. Worth kindly added some of these points to the case outline that we've gone through today, that was submitted on the 1st of April. I'm happy to sort of go through it again, but I think Jackie's covered most of the points. I would like to highlight condition 4 within my conditions that I wrote, what will be, I believe, condition number 5 in Mr. Worth's submission. His offered condition at this point is that the outside area and roof terrace shall be closed at 2200 hours. I just highlight to you, after a number of discussions that I had, and obviously discussions that I've had with Michael Golightly as well, and looking at the full picture on this, I had decided that an appropriate time for the roof terraces themselves would be 2100 hours. These are overlooked by residents. That the noise will potentially carry there as well. I'm sure Michael will speak on that. The outside area at the ground level, 2200 hours, but the roof terraces I did highlight as 2100 hours. So just to clarify that 2200 hours was not something that I've agreed for those roof terraces. I'll just also as well highlight to you, because I did get a little bit confused before, actually, as we were talking about Mr. Worth's condition 3 for the table covers. Obviously, as he has already highlighted, I've asked for table covers. They've worded it as seating, which of course does mean that food doesn't have to be eaten, as they've removed the ancillary aspect, which I asked for in my conditions. So those seats could be customers seated to drink, obviously. Just to highlight, the seating for the second floor, which I know we went back and forth with, it does say in the application submitted by Mr. Worth that the seating is for 90 customers for the second floor, with a further 50 seats provided on the roof terrace. I still think that might be just a typo, because I had proposed that it would be 50 and 50 for the second floor, 90 for the ground floor and the first floor. I understood that the second floor was the function room and an area for sort of use for special events and that kind of thing. So I think 90 might be too many seats, and I'm sure Aaron will probably be able to comment on that if he needs to. But I just highlight that purely from a point of view of that's a lot more than I had considered to ask for, but it was just to make sure that we weren't overstretching that if that was a condition that was considered by yourselves today. I also highlight that within the hotel application, we still have got things like performances of dance highlighted in there, which hasn't been removed from the application. And I am aware that we've not discussed what the proposal for that may be today, or the applicants haven't. So that's just something that I wanted to highlight with regards to those conditions. The Sergeant has, however, obviously spoken over most of those points. I still feel that a reduction to the timings applied for should be considered, and an enhancement to the conditions that have now been offered by the applicant. And I shall just hand back over to Sergeant Booth if she wants to add anything further at this point.
Thank you, Kim. Just to summarise from the police perspective then, Chair, the main concerns that we initially had in respect of both applications, the applicant and Paddy from his legal representative have gone some way towards addressing those concerns, and we feel that the additional conditions would meet a standard of certain elements within the threshold of the CIA. Our main concerns, as I have outlined and as PC Hollis has outlined, is in relation to the timings. One aspect, and I think it's already been addressed through the questions today, is why we are asking as part of the hotel for non-residents to have till 3 a.m. when most hotels would have for bona fide guests and the residents to be able to utilise the facilities within a hotel. So that again concerns from a policing perspective, given that there is the interlink as being described today between both premises, why the hotel at number 5 would ask for the 3 a.m. licence for the bar and restaurant side. Just to finally summarise our last points, we feel that the concerns are mainly highlighted now around the timings and the SIA staff that would be, we feel, help and assist, given the size of the venue and the fact that we are going to be interlinking between 2 premises and controlling those patrons and customers that are going to be going between both premises. We feel SIA staff would mitigate additional concerns in respect of that. And I think that's pretty much from the police perspective. If you have any further questions, either directly to myself or PC Hollis, we are happy to address those. I appreciate there's a lot of queries potentially maybe around the conditions, but from our perspective, the conditions that have been offered as part of the case summary from Paddy, outside of the timings and the SIA ones, the police would concede that they would meet what we would request. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ware, it's your chance now to ask any questions of the police. Have you got any?
I don't. I think both have been very clear, and I understand the points that they've raised, but I don't have any.
Brilliant. Leslie, have you got any questions?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Golightly, any questions of the police?
No, thank you. No, thank you, Chair.
Brilliant. Councillor Galvin, any questions of the police?
Yes, we seem to be getting hung up on numbers. Now, as I understand it, Chair, the numbers are the maximum numbers, and by the same token, the perceived safe numbers from a fire point of view will be set by the fire authority. And I just wondered where the police figures suggestions fit in that scenario. Especially, we don't really know for certain at this stage what the fire authority is going to put on the numbers in the various rooms. It's the numbers issue that I'm getting a bit confused about, but confused.com I think is the answer.
Hopefully I can clarify that for you, Councillor Gelfin, a little bit. We don't, obviously, it's not that we're dismissing the fire regs, but specifically the police are not looking at the fire regulations. So we're not looking at the safety point of view of capacity. Anytime that we recommend conditions with regards to things like table covers numbers or seated numbers, what we're looking to do is mitigate risk associated with vertical drinking. So by having seats in a premises where customers are seated to dine and to drink, we see that sort of mitigates some of the risk. So we always look at actually a minimum number that we want laid out, so that once, if the application were granted, once operating, they wouldn't be able to remove all tables and chairs from within the premises and have everybody stood drinking to whatever their fire capacity is. So we're looking at having a minimum number of tables and chairs laid out that's comfortable for the applicant to be able to operate and meet fire regs, etc., but that allows less floor space actually for vertical drinking. So hopefully that clarifies, but let me know please if it doesn't.
Okay, thank you. I understand and what you're saying now. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hook, any questions? Brilliant. I suppose mine would just be around probably that similar to what Councillor Galvin just touched on, and you probably saw where I was going with my questioning earlier around restaurant times and things like that. I would you be happy with just minimum numbers being conditioned opposed to specifically certain areas being with dining, or does that make sense?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Chair. I think it's something that we've tried to look at. This is, as Aaron and Paddy have said, this is a really big building, a really, lots of different rooms, and it's got complexities. We talked on the idea of zoning and things like that as well, but I think we've tried to keep it simple, or I've tried to keep it simple by looking at just each floor. We understand that the ground floor has sort of multiple uses to it, as Aaron's detailed, but the 90 tables covers number, it's not for us to look at saying exactly where he must have those tables and chairs laid out, but by just having a minimum number on each of those floors that we've spoken on, I think that gives us a good sort of spread across the board And then it also allows, as Erin has said, that flexibility of, if there are those certain areas where it may be that people are choosing to sort of stand and have a cocktail, that flexibility is there, as well as the diners, etc. The only reason I raised the second floor was, as I say, I'd said as a minimum number 50 table covers and 50 covers on that outside roof terrace, which is a fairly reasonable size space. I just didn't want the applicant to be offering 90 if actually that was an error. But if they're happy with 90, then that's far more than I'd asked for. So that's fine.
Yeah, go on, Aaron.
Yeah, I think that is actually an error. So it should be 50 on the second floor. I think that was probably a typo. So it's 50 that we've always been working to on the second floor.
I thought so. Yeah.
And again, sorry if I'm been really thick, but definitely just seated, no requirements in terms of dining attached to them, just the fact that there's that much provision for seating.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously, as you'll see from the application, from the conditions I sent through, my condition 1, I did actually ask for alcohol to be ancillary to food. That's something that we would always look for. I specifically just said that for the ground floor, as I wanted to allow the applicant flexibility for the other floors. But my request was that alcohol was ancillary to food on that ground floor. That would always be my recommendation, to protect against it not being a restaurant. However, obviously, as Mr. Were has detailed in their application, they've worded a condition, dare I say, a restaurant style condition that sort of tries to protect to some extent there. So the seating numbers, as I say, are an additional sort of protective measure to kind of fill the space, so that it's not just vertical drinkers. As you can imagine, if the building were head to toe with vertical drinkers, it's a very big space. So, and I'm sure that wouldn't work for the operators either.
Right, that's all the questions from me as well. I don't know, Sandra, if there's any clarification points or any questions you had.
Chair, yes, if I may, for Kim Hollis, PC Hollis, please. Are you saying, sorry if I'm missing the point, are you saying that you require as a condition, from your perspective, so many covers, or are you saying so many seats?
Thank you, Sandra. Yeah, the wording that I've listed on mine is covers. The reason for that, obviously, being that these would be table covers, as in people sat dining. And obviously, in condition 1, I had asked for the ground floor to be alcohol ancillary to food. But the wording I used was table covers. The wording that Mr. Were has used, as he's explained, is seats.
Yes, I understand that, but I'm just wondering what you were looking for. You still say you would prefer there should be covers, so that there would be food, to make it more food led, rather than seating, because seating could be just drinking.
It could, of course, yeah. I mean, I think to be reasonable with what's been put forward in the operating schedule, we would still look for table covers for the ground floor. I think that our concern is that is laid mainly to restaurant. That's our hope.
Okay.
But I would be happy to accept the word seating for all of the floors.
Thank you, Chair.
I've got a question, Sandra, and it might be one that you tell me I'm not allowed to ask, but obviously you as a police force have dealt with this operator in the city before in a different venue, and I just wondered if you're able to, if I'm allowed to ask, was that a shake of a head, Sandra?
No, I don't know the question yet.
Okay. I just wondered if you can tell us about your experience of this person as a business and as someone you've dealt with before, in terms of being a responsible, respectful operator.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. No, not at all. I actually haven't met Aaron before before today. Well, not before today, before this application, should I say. Obviously, he's been very open with engaging with me throughout this process, which I can confirm. But I will just hand over to Sergeant Booth, as she may want to comment on that.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the applicant, obviously, as the Force Licensing Manager, I am aware of the applicant, and as an operator of licensable venues, not only within North Yorkshire and the City of York, but as we do our due diligence checks in respect of all applicants, in respect of licensed venues, and I am aware of his premises throughout the country. And from a crime and disorder perspective, I have had no reports, certainly from within our own crime statistics regarding his premises, or from any reports elsewhere in the country when I have done those due diligence checks. So I hope that answers your question, Chair.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping. Right, so there's no further questions. Obviously, given the time, I think it's probably lunchtime to give us a substantial break, maybe 20 minutes before we move on to hearing from the licensing officer and then Mr. Golightly, and hopefully that will be our last chunk. So if everyone's in agreement, can we have 20 minutes and come back at 1 o'clock? Anybody got any objection to that? No. Brilliant. So if our technical people can do their thing, we'll see you all soon. Good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody, to part 3 of the licensing hearing. Hope you all managed to get some lunch. So we've got as far as the representatives making their case, and we've heard from the police. So now it's time to hear from the licensing authority. So Leslie, if you will present the licensing authority's representations, please.
Thank you, Chair. My concerns in some ways are very similar to the police's, so I won't go in detail over everything other than to point that out to members. As Sergeant Booth did mention, my representations were with regards to the original applications that were submitted. So I have welcomed the amended operating schedule, which included the reduction in hours and the removal of certain licensable activities. And I've also welcomed the offer of conditions in relation to both applications that has been submitted as well by the applicant's agent. The main concern that still stands is regards into the operating hours for these premises. As members will be aware, this premises they are in the city centre, but they are in close proximity to residential premises. And I think that has to be taken into consideration, especially with regards to when you're looking at a 3 a.m. finish time in those areas, and the operation of outside areas, all of which is additional noise in those particular areas. The 3 St Helens Square, as has been pointed out, was formerly Carluccio's and is already licensed. However, this application before members today is for a much larger licensed area. So we're not just talking about what Carluccio's previously used as a restaurant area. There is quite a lot more to it than that. And as Mr. Mellor said, Carluccio's is like 2 premises. The former Carluccio's is like 2 premises. You've got the area at the front, and then you've got the speakeasy venue that they would like at the back. With regards to 5 St Helens Square, that's a new licensed premises. I have no issues with the hotel side of things. I know that he's still got the listed building issues to get through at the moment, but the main concern is with the restaurant on the ground floor and the fact that it is yet another licensed premises entering the community impact area of the authority. One of the issues with regards to both applications, even though they both say about we predominantly operate as a restaurant, as a tea room, etc., none of them actually have offered conditions to say we will not be bars. So both of those premises could be bars, no dining at all. They could just be bars, and that is a concern. The community impact area does have to be taken into consideration. We do need to protect the area. We do need to protect the local residents that live in that area. And they are my main concerns with the application. As I say, I mirror the concerns of the police. So it's definitely with regards to the operating hours and the fact that both of these venues could just operate as bars. So very short and sweet, Chair. I don't want to go on when the police covered the majority of the issues.
Leslie. Mr. Ware, any questions of Leslie?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Are there our police people any questions of Leslie?
No, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Golightly, any questions of Leslie?
No, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Galvin, any questions of Leslie? Councillor Hook? Just me, I'm afraid. You obviously mentioned the hours. What hours are granted in similar? Well, there's not similar premises because this is a very unique business. But in terms of around that area, what type of licenses have we got in place, and to what hours?
Right, most of the licensed premises in that area, the midweek, the latest hours are midnight, and on a weekend it's 1 a.m. And Sergeant Booth gave you, and you've got the copy of the old Carluccio's licence within the documents. That was till midnight, 7 days a week.
Brilliant. That was only one from me, so thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Sandra, I presume there's nothing from you for Leslie?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Golightly, we've got to your part now. I don't know if you just want to unmute yourself, just so we can check we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear you?
We can, nice and clearly. So if you want to present your case for public protection, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Okay, so I'm representing City York Council's public protection team today. We've been in mediation with the applicants and we've received further supporting information from them. However, our representations against the applications are remaining. First of all, our first concern is that this is the CIA, the cumulative impact area. As we all know, this is an area where the City York Council, in its statement of licensing policy, has shown evidence that the cumulative impact of the number and concentration of licensed premises in this area are adversely affecting residents, visitors and other businesses. It's the onus is on the premises holder to demonstrate that licensing objectives will be met here, and that there will be no escalation in a crime disorder and public nuisance in the area. Further to this, the York has had a red zone which has identified that there's a high concentration of licensed premises in these areas. And the council should therefore refuse all applications within the red zone where relevant representations are received, unless the applicant can show that their application will not lead to an increase in the impact of licensed premises in the zone. The premises is 3 St Helens Square and 5 St Helens Square. 3 St Helens Square is a listed building in a prominent location within one of York's central historic squares. There are 3 other bars on that square. And again, as has been said, they're open until about midnight on 1 o'clock in the morning. The area is a mix of restaurants, bars, business premises, hotels, holiday lets and residential premises. Also includes the Lord Mayor's quarters and also flats above the top level of Lendl, which is directly adjacent to the premises. The change in the application would be from hours which are 1 o'clock finish, with no music, no live, no recorded music in a premises at the moment, which is a restaurant establishment, and change that into one where there would be live and recorded music, open until the early hours of the mornings on the weekends. It'd also extend the hours during the week. It would also introduce 2 rooftop bars to the area previously shielded from noise at street level, and this would be until 10 o'clock each day. This will intensify the use of the existing licensed premises, and also add a further 7 bars worth of capacity of people into one building within the CIA, and therefore potentially 7 bars worth of pressure on the CIA. There's direct access from the hotel at 5 St Helens Square into the premises, therefore linking the 2. So it makes it very difficult to look at the cumulative impact of one without considering the cumulative impact of the other. And that would again add an extra 2 bars because you've got the bar upstairs, although that is for guests, and the large bar downstairs. The late night opening hours and the grandness of the application in the centre is actually likely to be a magnet for stag do's, hen do's, race goers and customers in drink at the end of the night going towards that central point. Especially with the hotel link to it next door, where you could party and then just crash in the hotel. If all areas of the premises and both premises are open and running at the same time, then this could likely have a cumulative impact from noise. The applicant has said that they don't intend this to happen, but there's nothing written there in any conditions to prevent that from being the case. There may be noise breakout from various parts of the building, from noise and from music, and also from raised voices singing along with the songs or trying to compete against the music. At ground floor level, there's likely to be a large number of people arriving and leaving the premises into 3 o'clock in the morning at the weekends, potentially looking for taxis, queuing outside to try and get in. And obviously there would be an introduction now of noise in the alleyway between at the side of 3 St Helens Square. That currently isn't used, but that could have the effect of funneling the noise straight up to where the flats are on Lendl. It would run alongside there, and that would bring people there till 3 o'clock in the morning, and be new noise. Obviously, there would also be the 2 rooftop bars, which would be proposed until 10 o'clock each day. This will significantly change the character of the rooftop area. At the moment, the residents who are just adjacent to the rooftop area are shielded to the rear from street level noise and activities, whereas this would be introducing noise that you would expect at the ground level up to the top floor level where they've paid for their flats. It may also affect other local businesses and hotels in the area. If we look at one of the photographs in the agenda, the second photograph down shows the larger lower rooftop terrace, which is just adjacent to, in the background, Judge's Lodgings, which is a hotel. And it might be reasonable for children to try to sleep in there if people are visiting there as guests around about 10 o'clock. So it could still introduce pressure upon that business. And basically surrounded by a lot of residential and businesses. There's no dispersal policy that I can see, no smoking area plan or conditions to control the smoking area. And the noise management plan, which has been submitted as part of the application, did not go into sufficient detail to control noise. If I address the rooftop terraces, there's 2 rooftop terraces proposed. The first one is 47 metres squared in diameter, which is 14 metres away from residential dwellings. Now, if we look at the photographs and we look at the 3rd and 4th photograph,
can you just confirm page numbers when you're discussing, just so we can make sure everyone's definitely looking at the exact same photos and we're not mixed up?
Okay, yeah, will do. Looking at it on the computer, it's not the best thing. I think it's 157. Is it? Yeah, that's it. It's 157, page 157.
Not on these papers. Page 157 is agenda item 6. Is it page 55?
So the first picture we've got looks at the Minster. I don't know if that helps you as a guide to guiding us through where the next one is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that does. Yeah. Okay. I think if we look at it in order, if we go down, so the second photograph in, that shows you the Judge's Lodgings.
Yep.
And that photograph is taken from the second proposed rooftop area, looking down on the lower rooftop area. The third photograph shows you the residential premises, and the 4th photograph again shows you another perspective of the residential premises. They're just across that first closest roof. You should be able to see doors and windows there.
Yep.
With little lights above them. That shows you the close proximity that they are to the residential premises there. These are 14 metres away, and from the upper rooftop terrace it would be about 25 metres away. There are also holiday lets on Blake Street, and if we can again, and I do apologise for all this, but if we can go back up to the first photograph, that is a photograph taken from the upper rooftop level, and members will be able to see a white building,
yep,
with 2 windows. To the left of there's another 2 windows, and then those further 2 windows are actually holiday lets as well. And there's also a lot of residential around the back of there.
Thank you.
So there are lots of residential in the area. Noise can travel a great distance, and there's very little or no screening, although some screening has been proposed. The noise management plan that's been submitted didn't go into enough detail, really. It didn't give us the background noise levels in the area at the rooftop, so you can't see what the impact is going to be. It didn't robustly assess the impact of the 2 bars, and it didn't offer any sufficient conditions to attenuate, to try to prevent noise from there from being an issue. The report considered the noise individually of 60 people on the lower roof terrace and 60 people from the upper roof terrace and how those noises would affect different premises in different directions. What it didn't look at is the cumulative impact of 120 voices. Therefore, it may have underestimated the noise levels up there. The noise management plan also, it looked at 60 people, but they're with raised voices. Now, 65 dB is raised voices, it's loud speaking. But if somebody was to shout louder when they're in drink or in high spirits, that could easily equate to 88 dB and therefore be a lot louder. So again, you may have more people up there in that area and shouts have not been considered, and that might significantly increase the noise levels that are being subjected to residents in the nearby area. Voices are intermittent and will fluctuate. They're not like broadband noise, which is there all the time at a constant, and therefore they're more likely to be a risk of annoyance and nuisance from them. By introducing a total of 120 people to rooftop area up there, is obviously going to significantly change the environment. Often when we look at these applications, we have noise impact assessments, which are submitted alongside. This is best practice and hasn't been done here. An example of one would be the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, which offers a determination of customer noise. It looks at the background noise levels in the area, compares that to the expected amount of shouting and or raised voices that are going to be there, and it looks at the likelihood of annoyance. This hasn't been done. The music that has been proposed, live music and recorded music in the speakeasy bars to the back. Obviously, to gain access to that rooftop terrace, you'll have to have doors which would have to open. Therefore, music could escape from the speakeasy rooms and onto the rooftop terrace. And that hasn't been considered at all in this application. The mitigation, which has been proposed, there is a 2.2 metre high barrier proposed. I'm glad to see that it's going to go all the way around the lower terrace. That's good. However, the noise management plan didn't give us enough information about that barrier in order to assess it. From my experience, normally they attenuate between 5 to 10 to 15 dB of attenuation, with about 12 dB being an approximate. However, the applicant has said that this is going to achieve 25 dB of attenuation without offering any justification in that. We don't know the thickness of the barrier. We don't know that there's been no calculation of the noise travelling over the top of the barrier, which can happen and is normally done. So it's very difficult to assess the appropriateness of the barrier. Also, there won't be a barrier to the upper rooftop level. Therefore, there'll be no screening of the noise at that level, and that would again be for 60 people. And also, because the two rooftop terraces are very close together, it is likely that the noise from both would actually mix together, and that hasn't been assessed. When we look at the noise management plan that has been submitted in support of the application, they did look at some guidance in order to justify the noise levels that have been proposed for the rooftop level. They looked at the World Health Organization's guidance, the BS 8233 guidance, and the PPG 24 guidance. I would agree that the internal levels for residential properties in the World Health Organization and the BS 8233 should be achieved. However, there's a few things in the report that were concerning. First of all, the applicant has assumed that there will be a 25 dB attenuation of sound because the residents will have the windows closed. However, this puts the onus on the residents to mitigate the noise level and not the applicants. When the windows are open, it's likely to be far less than that. It's likely to be around about 15 dB attenuation. And also, it's not acceptable to put this responsibility on the residents in the local area. In using BS 8233, that normally assesses a steady noise source that's affecting a proposed dwelling that's going to be built in an area and introduced to an area where there's already existing noise. Therefore, it may not be appropriate in this situation to justify the noise levels. The World Health Organization levels, they might be representative for the noise levels at ground level in a city centre area and what was acceptable there. However, because these premises are up at rooftop level and shielded from that noise, it may not be representative of the noise levels that they're experiencing. The applicant is also, in the planning process, looking at shielding the noise from the kitchen extraction system at the top of that lower rooftop terrace. This may also reduce the background noise levels actually at rooftop level when customers aren't there anyway, and so make the impact even greater. The PPG 24 guidance has actually been withdrawn in 2012, therefore it's irrelevant. And even if they did use that, in Annex 2 of that guidance, it does state that it shouldn't be used to justify a premises that's going to introduce noise into an area where there's already residential. As a good guidance, the Institute of Acoustics Guidance on Control of Noise in Pubs and Clubs would say that it needs to be inaudible at the nearest noise-sensitive receptors. Because of all these factors and uncertainties, it's very difficult to comment on this. And it's also worth noting that, as the applicant has said earlier on today, there is a building application going in place and also a planning application in place. These haven't been decided yet. As a consequence, we're not sure what the background noise levels are at that area. We're not sure what effect the barrier is going to be, or even whether it's going to be granted permission to be put on the rooftop level, in which case there would be absolutely no mitigation from the noise from the customers up there. Basically, I think public protection stance is that we would just object to the rooftop level at any time. Internal noise breakout from the premises. There is an expectation that when premises licence applications are made that the planning permission has already been obtained. This is important in planning decisions because the planning decision might restrict the type and amount of mitigation that can be implemented. Also helps to give us guidance in recommending appropriate licensing conditions or commenting on those which have been proposed. This is an old listed building with lots of single glazed windows. It might have weaknesses where there's ventilation. It might have weaknesses in gaps through the roof. And we have no ability of understanding what level of noise this can attenuate at the moment. So I'm unable to comment on the appropriateness of any conditions that have been proposed or try to set noise level limits. Excuse me. What I can comment on is that the noise management plan did propose some levels. It proposed a few things. It proposed that background noise level would only be the ground floor level of 3 St Helens Square would only be for background noise music. However, no concrete conditions were put in there removing recorded music or live recorded music or live music from the downstairs area. And therefore, that could take place. I'm also concerned about the noise levels that they've anticipated as being appropriate. In the report, it does mention 100 decibels. This is very noisy indeed. It would equate to the sound of a jet fighter taking off at 300 metres away, a jackhammer when you're right next to it, or music from a very loud nightclub. This needs to be attenuated, really. The World Health Organization states that this is an unsafe level and should only be subjected to for up to 15 minutes. And so there's a concern about that and how the fabric of the building will actually attenuate that noise. In the speakeasy rooms, it was suggested that it should be around about 85 dB. This would actually be allowed enough to trigger the second trigger on the Control of Noise and Work Regulations Act 2005, and so again would be very noisy. Another concern here is that when you're having live music, even acoustic sets can be up to 90 dB. So again, it's going into the very, very noisy level of music. The noise monitoring that's been proposed, it is welcomed but very difficult in the site. The locations that were proposed are at ground level, whereas you want to be up at top level, roof level, where the residents are. Very difficult to get across to where the residents are.
I think we've lost you, Michael. He's gone. Can one of our technical people try and dial him back in, please?
Yep, I'll do that right now.
Cheers.
Okay.
You're really broken, I'm afraid. No, we can't make you out.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
I can. We've got you back now. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant. Right, okay. I've lost my flow now.
That's fine.
Let's have a look.
You
so
got to
we're
where you
up
were
to
talking
the
about
noise monitoring, wasn't it? Yeah, the noise monitoring. The proposed locations will be at ground floor level, and therefore not at rooftop level where you want to be. However, it's also a difficulty in how they were proposing to do the noise monitoring at the ground floor level. When you're looking at assessing noise outside, if you go outside with a noise level meter, any erroneous noise outside is also going to be included in that noise. So you're going to go out and you're going to pick up noise from other premises or people walking past and shouting. In practice, I have seen premises try to do that, and it's not been particularly helpful, and it didn't stop us from witnessing noise nuisance. You have to have somebody qualified to do that, a proper type 1 sound level meter that can look at the type of noise as well, because if you've got higher frequency noise from music, you need to look at the higher octave bands. If it's going to be low level bassy type noise, you need to be looking at the low level noise from that. So just looking at a specific noise level of all the different octave bands isn't going to be appropriate. It's quite specific. The noise limiting device has been proposed. This is welcomed in principle, and again, it depends upon the building fabric. I think because the planning permission hasn't been granted yet, I think it needs to do that first, so that we can then gear any conditions towards what can be achieved in the premises. With it being a listed building, they may not be able to do the work that's needed to mitigate for that. I think that would be far more reasonable, really, than the need to do that, really. If we set any levels at the moment, it would have to be so low as to be background noise level anyway. So it would question whether they need to remove recorded music and live music from the application. So yeah, I think until we get the planning applications through and the building application, we can't really comment on that. The external area, originally was supposed to be till 3 o'clock in the morning. However, the applicant has suggested 10 o'clock, and public protection would support this. If you minded to grant the application and license, we would support that. The only thing I would say is that on the original license, there were some conditions which restricted the creep of that area, i.e. it would suggest a certain size that the external pavement could be. That's not been proposed here. It would also request that the pavement chairs and tables are brought in after use. That's not been given here again, and I think those could be put on. I do have access to them, and they are on the old Carluccio's application, so I think they would be good to add on to the time limit of the external area. Then my concerns about that area would be mitigated. Protection of children from harm. I think the applicants really looked at this and started to consider this quite well. We're getting there on this. There's still a concern. The applicant has stated that they're not going to have, if we start going through the conditions that are in the case outline, and Paddy were, they've suggested a condition that children can't be there on site and whereabouts it would be allowed. I think there just needs to be a bit more stringent condition on that to say that, okay, if you're saying there's a child could be eating at 9 o'clock and then leaving, I think there needs to be a definite cut-off when children leave, and there needs to be a bit of a buffer between when any adult entertainment takes place. And that would mitigate the concerns in 3 St Helens Square. The difficulty with this application is this middle access way that links into the hotel room. There's just a concern that people from 3 St Helens Square who are going to have this all-immersive experience in the hotel might go from the hotel into the 3 St Helens and then back again, and for the adult entertainment. Are children going to be allowed in the hotel part for a party and a wedding until 3 o'clock in the morning, when adult entertainment is taking place next door, when the only thing is a member of staff who's going to prevent people from coming in and out? Is that person always going to be there? Is there going to be any gaps in that? I think by having the applicant seems to want an all immersive experience with the hotel and the bars, and therefore that would link somebody to having a hotel room, being in one part and then going through to the next part. I think that needs to be looked at a bit more stringently. just to protect children from any harm from overhearing inappropriate language from customers coming into the 3 St Helens Square, or from those people in 3 St Helens Square going into the hotel bar. It does kind of morph into one. There is that risk here. The applicant could decide not to have adult entertainment, or not have it on when anybody is in the hotel. I just think there's a bit of a risk there with that. If I can now look at the hotel aspect of it.
Yep.
Our concerns for the hotel are less, in all honesty. There's still the fact that it's in this cumulative impact area, and having a bar up till 3 o'clock in the morning, and customers potentially from the other part of the bar being allowed into that area could morph it into one large drinking establishment, and therefore you'd have all the impacts, as previously said, of customers coming and waiting and going in and out. And I think that remains as a concern for the hotel as well, with those hours, and without restricting access at a certain point to hotel people only, so also hotel residents only. TSB Bank is again a listed building, so again there's a planning application in place for this and a building application in place for this. These haven't been decided yet. As a consequence, it's very difficult to comment whether recorded or live music is going to be possible in those premises. Downstairs, if you note, there is no acoustic lobby, so noise could escape out through there. There's single glazed windows. Can any mitigation be put to those single glazed windows? The applicant has said that they want music in the recorded music in the first floor level of the hotel, in front of the bedrooms. Now, that is only supposed to be background music, but it could, because there's nothing there, restrict. Basically, whilst it's got the chance to have recorded music, it could be DJs there without restricting DJs. It could be loud recorded music, and that seems to run contrary to wanting to have hotels where people are going to sleep, unless it becomes a party hotel where you party and then you crash there at the end of the day. Therefore, do you want children to come to that hotel? That hasn't been. It's all these kind of mixed together concerns that all add up to a cumulative concern for us, really, in with the hotel. And again, I can't comment on any conditions or proposals in relation to the noise from music and live music until the planning applications have been decided. Then we can know what we can work towards. The other concern, and the other, that's the only thing really. The other concern is this interchangeability from people going from 3 St Helens Square into 5 St Helens Square. That would be another concern. If I work through the conditions and some of the other things that have been proposed by the applicants, that'll just clarify our point on those as well. I think removing adult entertainment from the hotel is good. I support that. I think that having the bedrooms only licensed for minibars is again something we'd support. That removes another element of concern for us. The applicant has put in some conditions in their schedule. Having the 25 verification we're happy with. Having the forms of ID we're happy with. As I said, condition 8, it just needs a little bit more stringently looking at, I think, just to have a buffer between when children are going to be there and not there, and how you're going to control access from one premises to the other. If I scroll down to the clear legible signs as condition 15, we're happy with. The outside area to be regularly cleaned and kept tidy, we're happy with. A personal license holder will be on duty, we're happy with. Condition 29, again, very difficult to assess that and offer any advice until the planning application has been submitted and agreed. The noise management plan, I'm a real fan of noise management plans. I think they're very good. The only thing I would say about this is, again, we need to wait for the planning to come in so we know what we can actually agree in terms of conditions for any area of the 2 premises. Without having them first, we're almost designing without knowing what we can do, and it may therefore be irrelevant. And by having a restriction on 2 months would mean that we'd be having to agree that 2 months potentially before we've actually got planning permission. 31, I can't comment on because we don't know about the fabric of the building. Condition 32, nuisance to be not to emanate in order to cause a nuisance at the residential property. I understand the condition. The difficulty with that one is it achievable or is it achievable really for the applicant? Can they go into somebody's premises and identify that the noise there is a nuisance? And it's a condition that's been put on many times on many different applications, but it is actually impossible for the applicant to achieve that. And again, condition 33, I wouldn't know until we get the planning decision. In summary, public protection remain with our objections in terms of public nuisance for all areas, and also from music and live and recorded music, and also for the protection of children from harm.
Thank you. Is that everything?
Yes, it is, Chair.
Sorry,
thank you.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to check we hadn't dropped off or anything like
yes,
that.
it is. Thank you.
Brilliant. Mr. Ware, have you got any questions of Mr. Golightly?
No, I don't. Thank you very much.
Okay. Police, any questions?
No, thank you, Chair.
Licensing, any questions?
No, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Galvin?
Yes, Chair. Much has been made about the planning permission. Now, I know that from past experience, there's always been a bit of a conflict between licensing and planning. And this really is a question for Sandra. My understanding is that this is a standalone application. How much weight in making a decision should we put on the fact that there is no planning permission? Because it's a bit like the chicken and egg. Can't have one without t'other. But my understanding is that it is a standalone decision and is not necessarily influenced by planning, as planning is not influenced or hasn't been, in my experience, by licensing. I wonder if Sandra would just like to clarify that point.
Is this in regard to Mr. Golightly making comments around?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay.
I mean, much has been made of this, but as I say, anyway, I think Sandra probably understands exactly where I'm coming from, and perhaps she could answer. Thank you.
Or Chair, yes, as Councillor Galvin rightly says, the planning and licensing regimes are both entirely separate, and planning decisions are taken based on material planning considerations, and licensing decisions are taken having regard to essentially impact on the 4 licensing objectives. See that there can be some degree of overlap in the sense that what might be in planning terms residential amenity is what is termed residential amenity in planning terms can have some sort of overlap with what we talk about as nuisance in licensing terms. But Councillor Galvin is quite right that the planning committee, when determining a planning application for a site, may come to an entirely different view to the licensing committee, and vice versa. And the fact that planning permission has or has not been granted does not determine or impact on whether or not a license should be granted in that sense. However, I think the point that Michael Golightly has been making is that, and it is in the council statement of licensing policy, I believe, but the licensing officers here will correct me. I think that the council statement of licensing policy does say that whilst there is obviously no legal requirement as such that a planning permission should be granted before a license application is made for premises, that the council statement of licensing policy does recommend that the planning permission ought to be obtained first. And I think that the issue that Michael Golightly is referring to in his submissions is that because in this case, and it may not happen with regard to other sorts of premises, that it may not matter whether the planning application goes before the license application. But I think he's saying that in this particular case, given that we're dealing with listed buildings, it's not possible for him to say at this stage what can be done by way of attenuation for noise nuisance, etc., until these things have been assessed more as they are perhaps more thoroughly through the planning process, and what can be done. I don't know, Chair, whether Mr. Were would have any disagree with anything I've said there, but I think that's the point that Michael Golightly was I think trying to make, unless I've misrepresented him.
If I could just come in on, I think that's an accurate summary from your learned legal advisor. Paragraph 14.64 of the statutory guidance, the section 182 guidance, says that the planning and licensing regimes involve consideration of different, albeit related matters, and licensing committees are not bound by decisions made by planning committee and vice versa. So I think that also echoes what Councillor Galvin was talking about. Now, in relation to the submissions that Mr. Golightly's made, they are specific to conditions that have been offered within our application. And I think, as Aaron talked about previously, we've got to do something in an order that we get these applications heard. So the conditions that we've offered in relation to public nuisance, which are really conditions 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 in our schedule, they will all be finessed. So those are conditions which create an offer by the applicant to make sure that he does not cause a public nuisance. Now, if we go through circumstances where the planning restrictions, for example, don't allow the 2.4 metre on the outside terrace isn't permitted, that would have an impact in whether we could promote the licensing objectives under the license by complying with the conditions that we're offering. We might not be able to do it, but you can't choose which one of these goes first. It's still very much my submission that we are in line with your policy. We are in line with the section 182 guidance. We're asking you to adjudicate on this with an offer of conditions, which I'll deal with in my summing up, which give you the comfort that we will not do anything that will have an adverse impact on the public nuisance. I don't think Michael's right to say that he can't assess them, because those conditions are such that we will work, as you would always do on a scheme like this, with the Environmental Protection Officer right the way up to opening to make sure that you're compliant with all of those conditions. I think Aaron just wants to come in as well on this.
Yes, what I would say is that both planning and listed building consents for this scheme were submitted in November. There's been a substantial delay in the procurement of those because of the complexity of the building, and also because of COVID and people working on this. Ordinarily, you'd expect a result in planning within 8 weeks. We're now coming up on 5.5 months. So there has been a great deal of work done on the acoustic attenuation matters within this scheme, which we're, as of this, we are largely happy with. Planning and planners and listed building people are happy with the acoustic work that we've done on this. It isn't finalised yet, and this is subject to change, and there's a number of different competing factors with planning and listed building consent. But what's also important to note is the residential buildings on Blake Street, the holiday lets, only one of those apartments has a lounge area that is on Blake Street. The rest then kind of disappear in a kind of warren that runs up towards the Minster, so quite some distance away. And in between us and those holiday lets is a busy 24-hour McDonald's, which is a very busy, loud generation. You know, I've got absolute confidence that noise emanating from these premises will not be any kind of distraction to any neighbouring residents. And, you know, in terms of the background noise monitoring, that has been difficult because we're in a lockdown. So for my acoustic experts to monitor background noise at the moment is not realistic. The McDonald's is not open. The other premises are open. So this will be an ongoing thing, but the public protection do have absolute rights and the noise mitigation powers and noise abatement notices to pick any fouling of that we do, which of course we believe that we absolutely won't be doing.
Thank you. Councillor Galvin, any other questions? I think that was a no. Councillor
Yes,
Hook.
it was. No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hook.
I'm just going to turn my camera off for 2 minutes, but I can still hear you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hook.
No, I think the things I was going to ask have been answered. So, yeah.
Thank you. I've got a few questions, Mr. Golightly. In terms of other premises that are similar to this in the city, you know, there's none I can think of at this scale. I just wondered if you had any observations about other premises and their locations within city centre residential areas.
Sorry, how do you mean?
Well, do we have anything similar that we can compare this to, or where we know there has been issues or hasn't been issues?
I mean, you know, wherever you've got residential near
I'm thinking particularly, sorry, I'm thinking particularly the rooftop terrace.
The rooftop terrace. Sometimes in the city centre, you will have rooftop terraces. No, not rooftop terraces. I'm just trying to think of anything where we've got rooftop terraces. Not that I can think of, Chair. And this is quite bold. It's introducing a very large area, and it's, you know, yes, you've got noise levels at ground level, and that will emanate upwards. But also, this is therefore moving noise levels up to the top floor level, where you've got flats and where you've got residential, which are screened away predominantly from the street level noise. I'm trying to think of something, and I can't think of any premises
you can't, it's fine.
that would be like this.
I just wondered if there was any other examples. That's fine. We've had no residential complaints or representations. And again, is there any observation on that? I mean, I was surprised with something like this. Obviously, other applications I've sat on have got a huge amount of residential complaints around things like noise. Obviously, you're the professional, but I just wondered if there was any...
Again where we come into the planning, not planning thing really. The application was applied for over the Christmas period, and the blue notices were put up over the Christmas period, and also just before we went back into a lockdown. So these are exceptional times where people may not be able to see that or have seen it or been aware of what's happening. The original Carluccio's did also reopen, I think, slightly in November, just under its current licence. So there's nothing to particular. So it's been difficult, I think, potentially for people to see. Again, it's whether there are objections made in terms of the planning applications. We've had residents complaining about both applications. They've also expressed to the licensing team that they're concerned that they haven't been able to express their concerns over this application because they've missed the deadline. So I am aware of residents who are concerned about it, and other businesses in the area that are concerned about it, but they haven't got a voice here today, unfortunately.
No problem. You referred then about Carluccio's when it operated as Carluccio's, and I presume when Impossible operated that venue under that license recently, I presume there must have been some form of background music playing, and you had no complaints about it at that kind of background level as it is now.
At background level, potentially so, yeah. Like I say, once you start to allow live and recorded music, it does depend it does depend. Background noise music, yeah, would probably be okay. Therefore, you remove live and recorded music from the application. Live music, once you have got live music, it can be acoustic, it can also be drums. Therefore, it can be much louder, and you would be allowing that as well. Also, the current license is only until about 1 o'clock in the morning, whereas this would take it through 3 o'clock in the morning. And so there is a great impact. There is a great potential for there to be more noise nuisances, of course, to that.
Yeah. And my last question, if we were to grant a license, obviously Mr. Wers mentioned those 4 clauses, but is there something, you know, like a noise management plan condition that we could put in that would give us assurance that it would be tackled at some point, and, you know, with yourselves and agreed?
I think what's been discussed there is quite right from the advice that you know, I mean, I think there's some guidance as well about when planning applications are duly coming in and when licensing applications come in, that you should make sure that you're not agreeing one condition when they're both coming in at the same time that's going to contradict another thing. So that's one difficulty there. The other difficulty is, Yeah, I mean, I can't comment on any of the conditions that are being proposed as to whether they're going to work or not, because I simply don't have the information to make that assessment.
Okay.
What would make me happy about it, that there is a condition whereby the premises can't be used until it gets planning permission. But again, that might be prescriptive upon the applicant.
Yep. Brilliant. Thank you. And nothing, Sandra, from you, for Mr. Golightly?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. We're about to get to the summing up, and I think given that there could be more questions and things come out of that, I'd like us to have a fresh mind. So let's just have another 5 minutes and come back at 4 minutes to, just to give everyone a break and come back afresh. Thank you. Right, thank you everyone for just giving us that little break before we come to everybody's summing up. So what will happen is the representatives will sum up in order of the speaking, and then Mr. Miller and Mr. Ware, you'll have your kind of final chance to set out your case, and then there'll be a final point for members to ask any kind of clarification questions, take any legal advice from our legal advisor, and then obviously we'll then retire into private session to make the decision. So if I can ask the police to go first, please, and sum up their case.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, there's been quite a significant change to both applications since they were first received, and the police have certainly welcomed the additional conditions that have been submitted by the applicant in respect of mitigating the concerns around crime and disorder and public nuisance within the CIA area. However, as highlighted as part of our submissions today, there are still a number of points that we would have concerns about, namely the operating hours and the terminal hour, given the significant change from certainly the Carluccio's licence, which currently runs 7 days a week from 8 AM to midnight. That is now being requested to obviously 1 AM 6 days a week, an additional hour. But the key concern for us is the additional 3 hours on a Saturday, which obviously collates into the high time frame for calls for service from a policing perspective within the CIA area relating to the nighttime economy. Again, we have got concerns about the SIA condition. I think we feel from a policing perspective, SIA are a very key aspect, certainly to mitigating concerns around crime and disorder and public nuisance, and in themselves benefit with dispersing patrons from licensed premises. And we feel that certainly the condition we've put forward would address the concerns in relation to a dispersal policy by asking them to remain in place certainly 30 minutes after the close of the licensed premises. So whilst we welcome the conditions that have been put forward subsequently and through meetings that we've had with both the applicant and Paddy, we would ask you to consider, should you be minded to grant this application, you respectfully consider our considerations about the SIA conditions and the operating times, and if you'd be willing to look to reduce those for the licensable hours and terminal hour for the reasons outlined today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Leslie, for the Licensing Authority.
Thank you, Chair. Similar again to the police, I do welcome the new operating schedule that was submitted, but do still have concerns with regards to the operating hours. I think we should be looking more in line with the operating hours of other premises within that area. This premises is in reasonably close proximity to residential premises. And just taking on board one of the things that Aaron said earlier, I have been into some of the flats that are on Blake Street, so I know people do live there and they aren't just holiday lets. I would also ask members to take into consideration that both of these premises are within the community impact area, and that should also be taken into consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Golightly. I think you just muted yourself.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
I've got you.
Okay. Yes, from public protection perspective, I would just reiterate that this is in the cumulative impact area, whereby there shouldn't be putting any extra pressure on the area from licensing activities. I can't see how the introduction of with both applications, 9 new bars, cannot introduce more people coming there later in the evening, going up the alleyway until 3 o'clock in the morning, waiting outside and coming and going, and not add to public nuisance externally. I think that there's no dispersal policy and things haven't been properly planned out yet, and that should have been done since the application's been in for 3 months. and it still hasn't been done yet. So that is a bit of a concern. The operating hours, I would agree with licensing the police are too late. I would say about the rooftop terraces that these are very close to business premises and residential premises that are likely to have their quality of life disturbed by this. This isn't a small rooftop terrace either. It's 2 rooftop terraces introducing 120 people into an area where currently people in those flats above Lendl are shielded to that back facade away from the street level noise. So they have their highway up there at the moment and it's quieter, and you're introducing this noise to that area. I think that will be a significant change in an impact upon those people. In relation to the noise breakout from the premises, because I do feel it's very difficult to comment on any planning on any licensing conditions that are going to be appropriate for this, because in my experience, where we have gone in there and tried to look at noise levels in listed buildings, what happens is inevitably they have to remove DJs, they have to remove live music, and they have to negotiate the noise levels down to around about 44 dB, which is background noise level, and therefore you may as well remove the recorded and live music element from it. Otherwise, the building fabric might not contain the noise. It's very difficult for us to look at that and assess, and therefore say whether any of these conditions are going to be appropriate or not. Just technically speaking, I haven't got enough information at hand. I don't know what the background noise levels are. I don't know what the sound barrier is going to attenuate. We just don't have enough technical information to comment on them. What I am happy about is the external area and ground floor level of 3 St Helens Square, of course with the caveat that there were some conditions attached to the previous Carluccio's licence restricting the size of the external area and the number of seats, and that they had to be brought in at the end of the day. I think that should go on, and we would support that. And I think for the protection of children from harm, there's 2 areas of concern. One in the hotel, in that there's a bar directly in front of where people are going to be sleeping, potentially with children, and therefore there's no buffer for that kind of activity. And secondly, it's that link between the 2 premises from 5 St Helens Square to 3 St Helens Square, and how you stop people from going to and fro, especially when weddings are taking place. And I think that needs to be looked into more stringently. I do welcome the fact that the applicant is saying that children shouldn't be on premises at 3 St Helens Square, and that they are removing the adult entertainment from the hotel. However, I just think that needs to be looked at a little bit more stringently, just to make sure that there is a definite separation and a buffer between times when the activities take place, when children are on site. It does need a bit more looking into it. As a consequence, public protections representations on public nuisance and protection of children from harm for both premises remains in place. But I do appreciate that the applicants have been working with us to try to mediate these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ware, it's your chance now to sum up your case, obviously picking up probably some of the points that you've just heard.
Yeah, thank you. I won't repeat section 7 of my case summary, which deals with my conclusions, but I would just like to refer to the representations that have been made by the responsible authorities. And if I can start, I'll deal with them in the order that they have been. So in relation to the police position, I'm appreciative of the fact that they want you as a licensing subcommittee to make a determination on these applications as they sit within your core area within the red zone of the cumulative impact policy. But I'm also grateful that they've had a very good open discussion with us about where we should get to with conditions should you determine to grant a licence. And I think we've now distilled down to 2 issues really. That's the hours, most particularly on a Saturday night. What I would just ask you to bear into consideration is that from the way the application was originally lodged to where we've come to now, which is 1 o'clock through the week and 3 o'clock on a Saturday, Aaron has pulled the hours back significantly from what was originally applied for. And the hours that we're asking for are the hours that we are very comfortable with the experience that he has, that he can promote the licensing objectives in this location with this style of operation. And I have put in the fact that he trades premises in a significant number of other cumulative impact policy areas that are more impactful than this style of operation, And I'm grateful for Jackie to say that she's done her due diligence around the country. There's nothing negative to report in relation to the way that Aaron operates his premises. So I do ask you to give careful consideration, please, to giving us those hours, because he needs to get a return on investment. £3.5 million is a huge amount of money. I appreciate that that is not one of your considerations. That's not the fourth licensing objective, that we shall make money. That's not one of the licensing objectives. But I do think that there's a balance here, and the balance has been struck from what Aaron has pulled back to, which is asking you to license today. He's certain that he can prove to you that at 3 o'clock on a Saturday, he's not going to have an impact into the issues that might happen in and around York at the moment through these style of operation. We then look at the door staff condition, which is obviously the condition that we've amended in our case outline from the one which Kim sent through that she requested and is obviously asking for today. And whilst we were stopped over lunch, I just was worried that I hadn't had a senior moment. So I was just checking why we'd gone to that wording. And the reason that we'd gone to that wording is that's the wording that exists on the Manor Hatter, Kennedy's, Revolutions and Harker's license. So I haven't put forward something that is miles away from what other people can operate properly in the city centre at the moment. The reason that we've asked you to consider the wording that we've offered is because at the moment, if it's worded that the way that Kim wants, then, for example, on a snowy Tuesday night in January, we've got to have a minimum of 4 doormen on, when there might not even be that many people in the premises. And as Aaron has quite rightly talked to me about this over lunchtime, the premises just wouldn't be able to open. So we're asking you to consider the wording that we've put forward through the case summary in the conditions, because we think it is workable. It works for other operators. It would work for us. We will never under SIA door supervise the premises at impactful times. So everything that the police are asking for at impactful times, they will get, because Aaron wants that support to make sure that the premises run safely. We're asking for the wording that we've suggested just to give us that flexibility on the quieter nights when, in my respectful submissions to you, it would be disproportionate to promote the licensing objectives to have that many door staff on. They'd probably all be standing around talking to each other on those quiet nights. So that's the only reason. I'm not trying to be awkward and step away from it. We're just trying to put forward something which we think would be a fair wording in relation to the condition on door staff. Just coming across to Leslie's representations on behalf of the authority, she's pointed out that it could just become bars, I think was her phrase. I would hope that, having listened to everything that Aaron has said to you today, with his track record at other premises and in York, I think he's spoken exceptionally eloquently, passionately, with a desire to do something for York which is significantly different and better than anything of this nature. I know that there are fabulous premises in York. I come and use them myself, but this is something which would be really groundbreaking. It's not just going to be bars. It's regularly said by Michael that there's 7 new bars created. That these are small areas where people are going to be wanting to enjoy a real quality atmosphere. And I think Councillor Galvin summed it up better than I can. So I'll move on from that point. These are not just going to be bars. This is going to be a fabulous new development for multi-use for the centre of York. I do just need to spend a little bit of time on what Michael has said to you, because I'm afraid I don't agree with his approach, and it's right that I put that forward on behalf of my client. I've never heard it said in a licensing hearing that planning should have primacy over licensing, which is what he's suggesting to you. It's certainly not what the statutory guidance says. It is a situation where we've got a licensing application, planning applications, listed building consent. With the greatest, and as Aaron has said, listed building consent, which aims for 8 weeks, is at 5 months at the moment. we can't determine which one of these applications will be assessed first. And it certainly isn't wrong for you as a licensing subcommittee to be determining the licensing application before your colleagues on the plan panel determine the planning application. It happens on huge numbers of applications all over the country. His point is that he can't assess the conditions that we are offering, and I really don't agree with that. When you retire, if you please pay considerable attention to conditions 29 to 33 that we offer at page 7 of my case outline. So all music in the premises shall be played via a digital noise limiter to be agreed with the City of York's Council Environment Protection Unit. That's always something that is assessed when the premises is fitted out, ready to open. So what Aaron is saying to you is, I will liaise with environmental protection to make sure that the music that we play through our very clever system, digital system, will be at such a level that it won't create a noise breakout from the premises. Condition 30, critical condition, is one that you, Chair, actually asked whether we could look at. It's in here being offered. A noise management plan shall be submitted to and approved by the City of York Council within 2 months of the licence being granted. Once approved, it shall be implemented. The noise management plan will also include a procedure for investigating noise complaints received from the premises and a map identifying the sound check locations following any such complaint. What Aaron is saying to you is his noise consultants have done the best that they can through COVID restrictions. The condition is saying, moving forward, we will get this right. We will liaise with the residents, we will liaise with the environmental protection team, we will create a noise management plan, which will include a smoking plan and a dispersal plan, which will have to be agreed and signed off. That's the right order to put these things in. Critically, during regulated entertainment, the main doors should be kept closed at all times other than for ingress and egress. That's a condition that you have on significant numbers of licenses in York. 32, no noise nuisance is to be caused by amplified noise emanating from the premises at the nearest residential property. That gives the protection. But if a resident complains about a noise nuisance being occasioned in their residential property, not only do we commit the offence of a public nuisance, we also breach the premises licence, which can lead to a review, which can lead to a prosecution, which is exactly the way that the Licensing Act is determined and should be used. So we've done everything in a very complicated set of applications the best we can, but it isn't finished yet. If you grant these licenses, all of this work continues. We work with environmental protection to make sure that Michael ticks all of his boxes before these premises are open and capable of trading. So I don't agree with the suggestion that planning should have primacy. I've asked you to look at the conditions. He said in his submissions that these premises could cause a nuisance because they could become popular race, stag, end of the night, hen party, last drink before you go home venue. I think if you've come to that conclusion, you'll refuse these applications, but it would be wrong in my respectful submission to do so, because Aaron has been very, very clear. You don't invest £3.5 million in a building and then do something significantly different to what we've told you we're going to do in a public meeting. I mean, that would just be lunacy. So for what Michael says there, I would ask you to disregard that. The chances of that happening and having an impact are not really worth me summing up. I just don't think that that's an issue. Finally, on Michael's considerations, he's asking you to put in the conditions in relation to the outside area that were on the Carluccio's licence. With respectful submission, they're not relevant to this application. Carluccio's licensed the outside area. So that outside area was a licensed outside area. Could have put a bar up there, could have had a servery out there selling alcohol. We deliberately haven't done that. We have not included that in the licensed area. What will happen, hopefully, should these licenses get granted today and we get planning, We also have to make a pavement licence application to use that area and the area around the corner. Those conditions will be on that properly. So those conditions will all be contained properly on the pavement licence. So, Chair, I hope I've briefly dealt with the issues that have been raised by the residents. Please refer, to the responsible authorities. Please refer to my paragraph 7 in When You Retire. But at a time when the leisure industry and retail is suffering more than we've ever seen, you've got a person of quality in operation prepared to invest £3.5 million, create 120 new jobs in the centre of York. I would invite you, this is an opportunity to support a game-changing development which would be unique to York. It's, without a shadow of a doubt, this is the best application I've ever made in a cumulative impact policy area. I don't mean my performance, I mean Aaron's application. You'll determine whether I'm right on what we're saying. But I've never seen anyone make such an effort to bring something so spectacularly different to a cumulative impact policy area. And in my respectful submissions to you, it should be supported. One final point, the nearest noise sensitive premises to license A, should these licenses be granted, will be license B. Do you honestly think that we're going to be investing all of this money in a massively expensive high-end hotel and then create a nuisance in our other premises next door so that the hotel fails? I mean, that just is something, again, that I would ask you to bear in mind. Aaron's got a history of bringing back to life architecturally important buildings and operating them to promote the licensing objectives. So please just give consideration to my case outline, the noise management plan, our proposal, the PowerPoint presentation and the conditions offered. And I hope that you would agree that this is an these applications should be supported as bringing something spectacular to the centre of York. Chair, I know I've gone on a bit, but there was a lot to deal with, and those are my final submissions.
Sorry. Thank you for that. Councillor Galvin, have you got any final clarification questions of any party?
No, I think in all honesty, what we've just heard from Paddy covers just about everything that we need to know about.
Thank you. Councillor Hook? No. Sandra, anything you'd like to say to us in the public session?
Yes, I'm afraid. Sorry, Chair, I'm afraid I do. I just wonder whether it ought to be raised and perhaps discussed the knotty problem of the extent to which should the panel be minded to grant the applications, it is possible to control music through conditions, given that the music as a licensable activity has been deregulated in licensed premises up until the hours of 2300 hours, when there were fewer than 500 people on the premises, as I understand it. And I'm sure licensing officers will correct me if I'm wrong on that. So it's really the issue, the extent to which there's been much mention of possible conditions to control noise, noise limiters, etc., to control music. But I just wonder whether Mr. Were would please comment, if I may, through you, Chair, to the extent to which the committee can in fact control these matters, because it's a perennial problem, isn't it? And I think it'd be good to have this aired, if I may, Chair.
Yeah, of course.
I think it's a fabulous question, and it's one that boringly we have discussed in our office from time to time, and I and my colleagues at my firm all still take the view that although it's a deregulated entertainment, there is still a duty to promote the licensing objectives. So if you do something within your premises which is a permitted non-regulated entertainment, but it then causes a public nuisance, you are not promoting the licensing objectives, and therefore we would still commend committees to put conditions on premises licenses to back up an applicant who says, I will do this to make sure that I don't have an adverse impact on the licensing objectives. So I don't know whether that accurately
Yeah, it's a question, isn't it, to the extent to which if those conditions are put on, whether they're suspended because they don't actually take effect.
I don't believe they are, because I think that there are still licensable activities taking place. So I've always been of the view that you commit an offence under section 136 of the Act if there is a licensable activity taking place. So if there are deregulated, regulated entertainments, which can obviously happen without the need of being licensed, there is still the sale of alcohol taking place at the premises, which is a regulated authorisation under the Act still. And it's my view that that being the case, if we did anything that created a breach of those conditions, we could be prosecuted under section 136. If there were no licensable activities taking place at all, I don't believe you can. But I think on the basis that there would always still be a licensable activity, that we are capable of offering those conditions and they're capable of being enforced.
Yeah, it's hard to see then how music is deregulated if it can be controlled as before. I'm not sure I necessarily agree.
Well, I think my perspective on that is to regulate something, you have to do it. You can't do it unless you've asked for permission to do it. Now being or subsequently being deregulated post the Act coming in, it's not a case that you can do it and then create a public nuisance. You don't have to ask to be able to do it, but if you still create a public nuisance, that's capable of being policed. Is my view.
Oh yes, I see. You're saying that the remedy would be public. We can't enforce conditions as such. For example, enforce a noise limiter condition before 2300 hours as a licensing authority. But you were saying if the music caused a nuisance, then there are other remedies.
Yes.
But I think you're agreeing with me that those conditions do not, for example, a noise limiter condition would not take effect prior to 2300 hours as such.
Do you know, I'd have to think about that.
Yeah.
It's a fabulous question. I've not looked at it from that angle, but I think it's a very good legal point. I think in practical terms in relation to this application, because of the style of operation and what we're aiming to do, I don't think it would be an issue. But I think it's a point that I'm going to take forward to my colleagues and see what we think. But I would hope that it doesn't have a negative impact on the submissions that we've put forward in relation to this application.
Yeah, I take your point that if a nuisance were created, obviously there are other remedies.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right. Well, that's us done for today. What will happen is we'll obviously virtually retire into a different room and chat through the notes and points we've made and the submissions we've heard and come to a decision. Traditionally, we would have come back and told you what that decision was if we were in a physical building and you could have had a coffee, but obviously that can't happen. So what will happen is as soon as the decision's ready, given the hour, it might not be typed up today in full detail. It might be tomorrow, but there'll be a very basic holding notice that will tell you basically yes or no, or which of the options we've gone for. But obviously, if it was granted with conditions, that notice probably wouldn't have all those conditions on. They would be sent to you in the kind of normal statutory time frame. So I suppose it will depend on how long we take today and how much administrative support time there is left today to get that yes or no holding letter up, and then, like I said, you'll be written to in more time. But I'm sure as well as that, Mr. Ware, the officers will be in touch directly with you or your client.
Thank you, and I'm grateful for all of your consideration in the applications. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you everyone. It's been a long day, but I think there's been lots to get through and lots to hear. So thank you all for your time.